Welcome to the second day of the National Cleanup Workshop. I hope everyone enjoyed being person to person once again after almost 2 years. I would like to thank our sponsors once again, because without you, this conference, of course, would not be possible. Also, I'd like to thank all of our speakers and moderators yesterday for your contribution to this program. We are fortunate to kick off today's program with our Tennessee Congressional Representative, Chuck Fleischmann. And Chuck, it's good to see you always in Tennessee and in DC. We're so glad that you're here with us. Yesterday we had, of course, the Secretary of Energy and, of course, Ike White, and Ike's with us again today. But it's always good to hear words from DC and also from, of course, Tennessee. Congressman Fleischmann represents the 3rd District of Tennessee, which is the home of the Oak Ridge site. In Congress, he served as chairman of the House Nuclear Cleanup Caucus, promoting awareness of our national nuclear legacy and building a strong coalition to fight for the needs of the cleanup mission. He also serves on the Appropriation Committee, a vital, important role. Within this committee, he serves on the Energy and Water Development and Related Agencies Subcommittee, the critical position for securing funds for our Oak Ridge sites and sites across the nation. Congressman Fleischmann strongly advocates the connection of state-of-the-art technology, assets of our Oak Ridge National Lab and other labs with the entrepreneur business strength in our districts. Back in Tennessee, of course, he frequently meets with local leaders and community leaders discussing things in DC and happenings at the Department of Energy. He has demonstrated strong support for the goals of this cleanup workshop. He has attended maybe all of them and has did opening for us and said a few words. And Congressman Fleischmann and I guess we both ran in 2010. I can remember the hot summer asphalt, standing on the streets trying to get votes in August of 10. And it's good to have him with us today, and we look forward to your remarks.
Thank you, Mayor Woody, and good morning, everyone. Great to see such a robust crowd so early. Welcome back to the Capitol Hill area. Last night it was not planned, but I ended up figuring, well, I would have a dinner at 6 o'clock and maybe 1 or 2 votes. We found out at 5:30 there were going to be 30 votes on the floor. And I got home at around 10 o'clock at night. So much for planning, but it's great to be with you all again. This is one of the conferences, Mayor Woody, that I have looked forward to and I think attended every year. Thank you for your advocacy and for serving. The great city of Oak Ridge sits in 2 counties. One is Anderson County, and I love Anderson County. The other is Roane County, and Ron is the county mayor of Roane County. So being the federal legislator representing Oak Ridge, you have not only a great city government, I saw Amy here, and give my regards to Mayor Gooch, please, my good friend, but also 2 county governments. So you're dealing with 3 local governments, and you all do an exemplary job, so I thank you. A little bit of privilege now. I'm going to be talking about some things in the EM sphere, which I know is near and dear to you all, but after a decade spent in the United States House, a few things are very clear to me. Number one, I still love my job. People say, my gosh, how can you love your job at a time where there's massive dissension on some issues on the Hill and polarization and extremely difficult times. But what a fascinating time in which to serve. A little bit about me. I received my undergraduate degree in political science and in history. I'm an LAS person. I'm very proud of that because as an LAS person and then later a lawyer, I was privileged to come back to my roots as an LAS person, historian, and a political scientist when I decided to run for Congress at age 48 a decade ago. And what does that allow me to do? It allows me, I think, to get in and really just dive into everything. So if people ask me, what do I do in Congress? Yes, I represent the 3rd District of Tennessee, and I'm very proud of that. Yes, I serve on the Appropriations Committee, which handles all of the discretionary funding, including on the Energy and Water Subcommittee, all of the work for what you all do, not only in EM, but the critically important roles, our national labs, the NNSA, all the great things that the Department of Energy does, but it allows me to touch everything, and I enjoy that. So I may go from a dinner with the Egyptian ambassador to the United States and be talking about issues involving Middle Eastern politics and policies and things like that, but then just literally moving across the spectrum. I can be dealing with tax issues, meeting with manufacturers. Yesterday, I had a healthcare roundtable and have learned so much about that critical industry, to our great state of Tennessee, by the way, one of the strongest industries there. But my heart is where we are today. My heart is in that Department of Energy space, and particularly in environmental cleanup. Now, I serve on many caucuses. I'm on the baseball caucus, most of you know that, and the football caucus, and we have those things, in the 5'4" caucus, well, and a half, I'll take it. But I love the caucuses. Why? Because it gives an opportunity in probably one of the most difficult political environments to actually be bipartisan. Because if you walk into a nuclear cleanup caucus, a national labs caucus, I can sit down with a member on the other side of the aisle with whom I probably vote maybe 2% of the time and say, isn't it very important that we engage in cleaning up our legacy sites all across the United States? And I will get an affirmative, I'll get a yes, let's work together. So I want to stress that today, that there are large areas where we have great agreements. I work with my colleague from Illinois, Bill Foster, and co-chairing the National Labs Caucus. I think our national labs are just a tremendous asset. He has worked, I think, with Argonne and Fermi in the great state of Illinois, state of my undergraduate degree. But I have ORNL and I have the Oak Ridge Reservation. I tell folks all the time, they said, tell me about Oak Ridge. And I am a Chattanoogan now for the last, I guess, 34 years, 35 years. And I call Oak Ridge the Rome of DOE world. I'm going to go back to my historical roots. I think when you talk about Oak Ridge, we have everything there. The National Lab, the NNSA site, we're building the uranium processing facility, so proud of that, and also the cleanup mission. The cleanup mission, whether you're in Oak Ridge or in Hanford, or in Paducah, or in Savannah River, you name it. We know where all the reservations are. Critically important. First of all, I want to make a point. This is a federal obligation. This is not something that we should burden state and local governments with. As a matter of fact, we should help state and local governments with this, and we do this very well, I think, really across the nation. Why? Well, from the birthplace of the Manhattan Project through the Cold War, we have these legacy sites. We have sites that need to be cleaned up. We know they're there. We know it's going to be costly to clean up, but when we clean it up, we don't only clean it up, we do something even better. We clean up these sites, and I want to give credit to all of the administrations I've served with, the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and now the current administration. Why? Because with DOE, as we clean up sites, it's critically important. We've done this very well in Oak Ridge. We get that property turned back to our communities. And we get that property turned back to our communities because it's the right thing to do. And when my congressional career was in its infancy, I remember having those conversations then with the Obama administration and with my friend Ernie Moniz, who's still a good friend. We disagree on some things, we agree on some things. But I remember vividly saying, we've got to get these parcels that have been stuck on the DOE books for years back into our community. And we need to do that for free. And guess what? We got that done. Because there was some talk about, well, maybe we'll charge the local communities fair market value. Well, wait a second. This was property that was taken for a key federal mission at that time. These parcels were left dirty, were cleaned up. Now we're getting them back into our communities. Think about that. In Oak Ridge, and I know the UCorp folks are here. I think I saw Ken Reuter earlier and his great team. They took down the largest building in the world at K25. They did it on time, they did it under budget, and they were justly rewarded by the last administration and other administrations with proper accolades. But what's important is we take that land in Oak Ridge and we repurpose it for economic development, and that is so critically important. So all of the communities, that should be your goal. Get it cleaned up, get it back into your local tax rolls, and then basically economic development, because without EM, without cleanup, we can't move forward. Again, I'm going to be specific. At Oak Ridge, we're building the uranium processing facility, the UPF, the largest construction project in our state's history, $6.5 billion. Thank goodness to my good friend Tom Mason, who is now out at Los Alamos. He basically came together for DOE and led a panel that got that thing under budget, on time, and basically redesigned. It's going to be phenomenal. But in order to do that, you have to clean up legacy sites. It's part of it. At ORNL, there's over 70 buildings on a beautiful campus that need to come down. And a little point of privilege here. I do want to thank the Department of Energy, past and current, for working with me. We need a disposal cell, a new disposal cell built at Oak Ridge. Why? The other one is going to fill up, and we're going to fill up in about 2027. We're going to fill that up. We need to build a new one. What did that take? It's going to take cooperation between state and local leaders. Our Governor, Bill Lee, I called him. I said, I need your help. He said, I'm right there. He understood this, so he worked with me. And TDEC now is working with me to get this done with our contractor. DOE spoke with Secretary Granholm, kind enough to visit not only Oak Ridge, but Chattanooga, my home city, within the past 2 weeks. We had a great visit. She understands that. So we are literally a few weeks away from getting something inked so that we can move forward. But one glitch in the system, one problem can literally set us back years, not months, but years. So the advocacy is there, and the need is definitely there. I talked a little bit about the caucus situation. When I speak with groups, and again, if a group calls me, the Tennessee Mining Association, the Waterways Association, I speak with a lot of national groups, doctors groups, lawyers groups. My son, my middle son, called me a few weeks back and he said, Dad, the spirits industry would like you to speak with them. Well, everyone knows I'm a teetotaler. So I said, well, what do they want me to speak to them about? Well, a national drunk driving campaign to basically, led by them, to dissuade people from driving when drunk. I said, well, good, I can do that. So I go down and I actually spoke to their national group. The point was, I'm actually speaking to groups all across the spectrum, not only politically, but very diverse in terms of what their function is. What do I tell every group? I tell them, whether you're doing nuclear cleanup, and by the way, I tell these groups I do nuclear cleanup because it's probably the least glamorous thing that you could probably talk about, right? To groups, what do? I clean up nuclear waste. Oh, what else do you do? But it's so critically important. Most people don't know that. So whether it's the spirits industry or the mining industry in Tennessee or the waterways people, they all know what I do. But what do I tell these groups? Bankers groups, lawyers groups, doctors groups. Get to know your local representatives at the federal level, at the state level, and at the local level, but particularly know your congressperson. It's easy enough. I look out and I see my good friend Hosh here, and I'm glad he's smiling today. We're gonna have dinner tonight, and I saw my friend Loon and Ken, a lot of you I've known for years, but we have a relationship. They can pick up the phone. Ken Reuter can pick up the phone and say, Chuck, we've got an issue and got a problem. The lab can do that. Anybody can do that. Know your congressperson. We're your representative. So many groups come to me. Young man I know just entered into the government relations realm. He's 30 years old. He's green. He doesn't know much. But I said, get to know your local congressperson. He didn't know them. So that's one. Know your senators. And you're going to say, well, wait a second. There's 2 senators in every state. And what do you do if you're from a big state like Texas or Illinois or New York? Know your senators. We're easy to get to know. Go to receptions, build that relationship so that when you need something, you can work with their staffs to get that done, because we are your advocates and we are your representatives. And the system does work. If somebody comes to me with an issue and says, Congressman, we need to work on this, if it's in our area, we can certainly work to get that done. And over a decade, we've had tremendous successes. But that's just some of the basics that seem to get left on the table. Let me talk a little bit before I take questions about where we are right now in the budget cycle. Okay, Congressional Budget 101. Maybe Congress ought to look at it. Fiscal year starts October the 1st, ends the 30th of September. What did we do this year? We did a continuing resolution into December. We just recently passed another continuing resolution. Excuse the DC dialect. A continuing resolution just means we are passing the previous year's budget where it was with everything on into the next fiscal year. So we did that into mid-February now. Now bear this in mind, the fiscal year will be ending September 30th of 2022. A new year will begin. So where are we? Thank goodness no government shutdown. A government shutdown is a disaster. And there was no appetite for that. And I can tell you, there still is no appetite to do that. I've lived through some government shutdowns when literally my beloved city in Oak Ridge said, everyone welcome to eat here except members of Congress. And, and Jimmy Duncan didn't like to eat there, so I did. So I had to go eat at Hosh's. But seriously, that impacts our communities very profoundly. So what are we going to do? We are either going to pass a budget or get a year-long CR. And I don't know where that's going to land. I am hopeful that we actually pass a budget. Why? Because the nation's needs change, whether it's defense, Department of Energy, education, you name it, whatever that federal portfolio is, it's not the same year to year. Think about it. Our family budgets, our corporate budgets are not the same year to year. So we are working to try to get that done. And we'll see what we can do. Then we begin the entire new appropriation cycle. And I do want to talk about this. I was speaking with Min Soo, my most able staffer, about this, and she raised something that was so true, and it's very relevant to this room. Many times the EM budget, despite Republican and Democratic support, despite Senate and House support, despite strong administration support, kind of gets overlooked in the budget. We know that, right? Well, the national labs are glamorous. That's easy. We're doing all that great research on the science side and across the 17 national labs. The NNSA portfolio, critically important to our defense, they get addressed. And many times EM, people who are not in that field, some of my colleagues who don't know it, will come to me and say, well, is this an abyss? Is this something that's just going to go on indefinitely? And what are we funding and what are we getting for that? So I think it is critically important that we elect and retain members on both sides of the aisle and in both chambers who are committed to environmental cleanup. And let's face it, it's needed. We owe it to the people of this country to clean it up. It's great for the local communities. It's great for the working communities. And I'm going to say this, we have a wonderful relationship with the workers in our communities, especially Oak Ridge. The labor unions actually will sit down with me, a conservative Republican, and have dinner and thank me for my advocacy in this area. And I think that's so important that we can build those alliances and relationships. These are the workers who actually get the work done. We want to keep them safe. We want them well paid. But my gosh, the work doesn't get done without them. So yes, when our contractors take the bow and our legislators take the bow, or two bows if you're a legislator, yeah, maybe three. But be that as it may, we have to realize that the men and women in the trenches who are getting up every day and getting that done, that we cherish them, and we do. So having said that, the budgetary cycle is out there. I think we are going to see robust funding in this area going forward, but we never can ease up. If you ease up in my world, you will lose. I'm a very competitive person by nature. Let's face it, I play in a game, politics at second place is a loss, right? I have friends who play the horses, win, place, and show. You can finish third and still finish in the money. Not in politics. You either win or you lose. In our world, dollars are tight, and dollars are going to be going forward in the future on the discretionary side of the budget, which appropriators play, because of the pressures on the mandatory side of the budget. Those programs that actually drive our national debt and deficits are going to continue to rise. We know that automatically. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, interest on the national debt. Those pressures will be there. So as the dollars continue to get squeezed on the discretionary side, we're going to have to make sure that we advocate for those programs. With that, I would like to open up for questions. And I'm willing to take really anything. It does not have to. It's another thing when I'm talking to a group of doctors or bankers, I said, you don't have to ask me doctor or banker questions. You can ask me anything you wish, but you're welcome to ask me anything in our area of expertise or about the budget or what's going on in Congress. Be glad to answer that. So we've got some time for some questions. I've been mindful of the clock. And
go ahead there. Anyone can come up to the mic there.
First, obviously, it's a very.
yes.
First, obviously, it's a very glamorous group. That's why we look at ourselves from here.
Amen. Give yourself, yeah. You and me both.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We really always appreciate it. There's still a lot going on for the rest of this year. Can you tell us what we should expect to see until Christmas from Congress?
Great. Excellent question. What do we expect to see between now and the end of the year? The honest answer is I don't know where this is going to land. For example, I don't even know if I'm going to be in next Monday or Tuesday yet. So that's how tentative things are up here. Good news, we did get the CR passed until February. Debt ceiling is going to get worked out. We know that now based on where things are. I don't know what that debt ceiling is going to exactly look like. Is that going to be a short-term debt ceiling fix? Is it going to be longer term? Is it going to be open-ended? Is it going to be a specific amount? That will have to be worked out. I do think that will happen. Work will begin on the fiscal year because February sounds like a long time, but when you're doing a federal budget, Senator Shelby and Senator Leahy are both retiring, and that gives them a little bit more flexibility, I think, to do a deal. On the House side, I think there's a desire on the part of appropriators to try to get something done yet for fiscal 2022. Other things that are out there, obviously NDAA was a big thing to get done. I give really bipartisan credit for getting those poison pills out of there that upset some members on both sides. But ultimately work towards all those goals. It's going to be an interesting time going forward, but we're in a better position now, I think, than we were probably 2 weeks ago. Great question.
Congressman, let me give you a softball question, as they
Oh,
say.
I'll take one.
And you've alluded to this, but in Oak Ridge in Tennessee, the Department of Energy facilities there, the cleanup effort, the science investment, and even the mission at NNSA, there has been a lot of success that we see from the local level and congressional level, I hope. What would you attribute some of those successes to?
It's an excellent question. It's a team effort, Ron, and I don't want to leave anybody out, because when we talk about the team, we talked about the workers, no question about that. We've talked about leadership at the federal, state, and local level, cooperation. I can pick up the phone and call Ron Woody or Terry Frank or Mayor Gooch and say, we've got an issue, and Republican and Democrat doesn't matter. We just come together right away and work for that. I think that rather nonpartisan approach to the really important issues in those communities. I think the contracting community. Now, I will say this, the way that DOE, and I love our DOE folks who are here and with whom I've worked, but over the years, their process for contracting is rather expensive, sometimes rather voluminous and a little bit difficult. But I will say this, the contractors who are chosen at a particularly DOE reservation are critically important. If they get it right, the entire community benefits from that. And I think in Oak Ridge, we've really been blessed by UT Patel at the lab, currently CNS, now maybe a new contractor at Y12 Pantex. UPF is going to stay with CNS. And of course, the UCOR team, which is just want to rebid for the cleanup issue. So those contractors are critically important. So a team effort, working together, and just making sure that people have a voice. And I think our Tennessee model really works. But great question.
Thank you. Any other questions? We've got one coming up.
Hello, Congressman.
Good morning.
Two questions that are kind of related to EM, but are not directly in the EM program. One is, what's your sense of what's going on with support for nuclear power up on the Hill and within the administration? Does that fit into the climate program? And the second is siting of a high-level waste repository, kind of closing the back end of the fuel cycle. What's kind of the current sentiment up on the Hill?
Thank you. Two excellent questions. Where is nuclear power right now? I created yet another caucus called the Nuclear Renaissance Caucus. And again, I went back to my political science roots in the age of reason and all that. And I probably should have renamed it, because I found out that about 10, 15 years ago, they were talking about a nuclear renaissance in America. So I may have to change that to the Nuclear Enlightenment Caucus or some other great euphemism. However, there is a robust support in this administration, I've heard that from the Secretary, in the House and in the Senate, for nuclear power. The United States has got to get nuclear power right. The rest of the world is moving forward. So whether you're looking at the new generation of SMRs, microreactors, and the different modalities. Now, I've taken an all of the above approach. I have friends in all the different spaces, the thorium space, the uranium space, you name it. But the rest of the world is moving forward. In order to get to clean energy goals, we're going to need nuclear. There's bipartisan support for that, bicameral support. So we will continue to work in that regard. Great question on what do we do in terms of repository. The reality is, and I was one of the biggest advocates for Yucca, but Yucca's not there. Trump killed it, Biden's kept it dead. So what that means is we're gonna have to figure out something. This is where I'm gonna need your help. There's a lot of talk about reprocessing going on. I have friends in both parties who love it and who hate it. okay? I want to go to Le Havre and see that, but some of my friends are so adamant against it. Other of my friends, again, it's not really a political, Republican or Democratic issue, so I'm going to need help from people in this room on those issues. So I think we're going to have to possibly at least look at that. And then where do we go? Do we go interim storage, or do we find a repository someplace to take this stuff and finally deal with it? I think we need to come to some decisions and get behind it. I thought one state was going to step up where Nevada had said no. That state since has said apparently no. So we're going to have to work on that. It's going to be a touchy issue, but we've got to solve the storage problem, I think, before we really are able to move forward. It's there, it's omnipresent, and we need to work on that. And we're going to need feedback from the American people on it. But the key is education, education, education. There's a lot of myths out there. People from my generation are still talking about 3 Mile Island. And when I sit and I talk to them and say, no, the new generation of reactors, the designs are safe and are efficient. So we've got to do a better job on that. So it's a great question. I think my time is about up. I want to thank you all for inviting me back. I guess it's the 10th time. If you invite me, I'll keep coming back. Thank you for your work in your respective communities. Again, to my friends at DOE, thank you, thank you, thank you. You do an exemplary job in this field. The contracting community across the United States has done very well. And of course, our workers. I never want to forget our workers, wherever they are in Oak Ridge, Hanford, you name it, or in Pantex. So thank you to all the workers who are getting it done every day. Appreciate it. Happy holidays.
So if our next panel would come up, we'd appreciate it. We'll get started here in a few minutes. Thank you again, Congressman.
Here for me too?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you. Hey, girls. Thank you. Here's your promised piece of paper.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Love it. I love paper. So wherever you put
I'm old fashioned. Here's a copy of it. Thank you.
Yeah, let's put.
Yeah, over here.
Commercial book. You had this planned out too? An hour or then?
Can't see. So you see.
Yeah. Ken was in yours. Yeah. He's just sitting right back there. It's next to Joe.
Oh, was he? Somebody saw him?
Looks like maybe like he headed the other way. Maybe we see his chief of staff back there. There's Connor. You want to call him out?
Connor? Hey, Connor, can you help us find Ken? There he is.
Sure. Thank you.
Hey. Good morning, everybody. It's a hard act to follow. I appreciate you sticking around. And a virtual shout out to all of those who are networking late and couldn't get up and finish doing their hair to be here with us this morning. Hopefully we're seeing you in web space. We have a very a very aggressive agenda of topics to talk about here in a short period of time, and we're starting a few minutes late, so bear with us. We're going to try and get through it, but I'm going to begin with very quick introductions of all of our esteemed panelists, and then I'm going to sit down here because I watched everybody stand at the podium all day yesterday, and it was just not comfortable. So for your benefit, I'm going to sit right there, and then I'll coordinate the roundtable dialogue from there. But let me begin by introducing my friend Jay Mullis. He currently is the Acting Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Regulatory and Policy Affairs at EM Headquarters, I think otherwise known as EM4, if you're keeping the bingo card. He has day-to-day oversight and management of a broad range of matters related to cleanup, including pretty much all waste management concerns. So tank closure, waste disposal, packaging and transportation, and the important regulatory and intergovernmental and stakeholder affairs and coordination around those topics. Before he came to headquarters, he was serving for 4 years as the Oak Ridge Field Office Manager for the EM program, and before that as the Deputy Manager for Oak Ridge EM, and clearly his leadership and oversight enabled many of the significant cleanup progress successes that you heard Representative Fleischmann talk about. Also from DOE is my longtime friend, Conke. He's currently dual-hatted as both the Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary for Waste and Materials Management and Director of Waste Disposal, a post he's held for some time. He has more than 40 years experience in rad waste management, 31 of them with DOE, and I can attest, because I had the privilege of working closely with him for 15 years, that he has been directly involved with all of the significant waste disposal accomplishments of the DOE EM program over the years. He's also a recognized international SME and truly makes the world a better place by helping other countries who are less experienced than us learn from the lessons of DOE. I'm going to turn to ECA. Kara Colton, Director of Nuclear Policy for the ECA. She oversees activities in this nonprofit organization, including the R&D related to new technologies, waste classification, reprocessing, interim storage, development and siting of facilities, and represents the communities, I think, very effectively in terms of addressing these complex issues and collaborating with the Department of Energy as we make decisions. And prior to joining ECA, she was with the National Governors Association as a program director. I found this very interesting. She co-authored a community handbook on nuclear energy, understanding nuclear energy and alternatives for the future. So there you go, girl. That's awesome. All right, Ken Reuter, BFF of Chuck Fleischmann. We all learned that this morning. Also President and CEO of UCOR. He's the President and CEO of UCOR, DOE's very successful cleanup contractor for the DOE Oak Ridge Reservation. Under his leadership, UCOR has had really unmatched success, including finishing major projects safely, ahead of schedule, and very importantly, under budget. Many of those successes depended on the availability of efficient disposal options, and he's going to talk about that today. In his more than or near 30-year career, he's led all aspects of cleanup and remediation, all of which have involved rad waste management to some extent. And then two very important players from the commercial sector. We have Scott Dempsey, who has been with Energy Solutions since 2000. He's their Senior Vice President for Waste Management Business Development. And during his tenure, Energy Solutions has helped disposition significant volumes of waste from the DOE sites and continues to enable cleanup and efficient mission operations from those DOE missions that continue to generate waste. And Dave Carlson, President and Chief Operating Officer of Waste Control Specialists in Texas, operator of a very important low-level waste, rad waste disposal complex. He has more than 25 years experience in NE and environmental management companies. Before joining Waste Control Specialists, he was a Senior Vice President at Veolia, where he provided technology solutions for decommissioning, including recovery of the Fukushima accident, has served in several other leadership positions with other companies. So I'm really honored to be part of this dialogue and looking forward to what these guys have to say. So as I said, we have a pretty tight agenda. I'm going to introduce the first topic, and then I'm going to sit down. We heard Representative Fleischmann talk about the importance of disposal, particularly to the Oak Ridge cleanup, but also other EM successes, and also the importance of building a coalition by working with state and local governments and the regulators so that you have advocacy for these. So I'm going to ask us to get started by having Jay and then Kara, DOE and ECA, our hosts of this workshop, give their perspectives on the broad topic of future disposal, and then we'll get into a few specific questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Christine. I appreciate that. Before I jump into that, I just want to say it's nice to see some faces. It's been a couple of years since I've seen many people in person, and it's always amazing to me. It takes a trip either here or out to Waste Management to see people that I probably live within 50 miles of. So it's good to see you all. I also want to reflect back a minute on the success panel yesterday that we heard from. And what I was struck by was the 1980s pop reference, and then I think there was a reference to maybe a Broadway musical. And it kind of occurred to me that because I knew that, there was probably everybody else in the audience around my age. And then some folks talked about what was in their drink, whether they had ginger ale or not. And I want to tell you, in the words of Lil Wayne, don't worry about what's in my cup. Now, do not look that up on your phones. Go find one of the 5, 20 to 30-something-year-olds that's in this room and find out what country tune Lil Wayne sang. So with that, and reflecting back on the disposal or on the success panel yesterday, what you saw was a lot of waste being created, right? So we saw at Oak Ridge, the waste that was created by tearing the buildings down. You saw that, I think, up at Portsmouth as well, and out west, the waste. And of course, the soils that we have to clean up, all that has to go somewhere. So it's very important for us to always have a place to put it, otherwise the program can't be a success for the cleanup. You have to put that material that you create. So that will always be a core function for the EM program, is to have places to put that. Now, obviously, we go through a hierarchy of where we want to put that. In the areas where we have plenty of land available and the parameters out there support an on-site landfill, of course, we'll look first for an on-site landfill because that's typically a fairly cost-effective means for us to dispose of waste. But much of the waste cannot go on-site, either because we don't have the space at the sites or because of the characteristics of the waste. So that means we need industry partners as well to be able to support our waste disposal needs, and those partners are very important to us. And so what we go through is a hierarchy that's required by decision-making, that's required by our waste management requirements, the order that we have, the manual that we have that we go through. It also requires us to take into account the cost, the schedule, the impacts on the local communities are also very important to us, and the community acceptance of what we're wanting to do. We ship through communities, we dispose in communities as well. And so all that fits into how we come to those decisions. And so we will always need those partners, and we will always need places to put the waste that we create, but rest assured that will always be done in a safe, compliant, and environmentally protective manner. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Karen.
Thanks, Jay.
Sure.
I just also want to echo how fantastic it is. Is this on? Yes. I also want to echo how fantastic it is to be back here. When I first started doing this stuff, I think everybody told me that they had ties that were older than me. And now my oldest son, who is 16, his first outing into public was actually an intergovernmental meeting with the US Department of Energy at the L'Enfant Plaza Hotel, to throw that back. But so thank you. It's wonderful to be back here, and I also appreciate that I'm learning to walk in shoes again. And for those of you who didn't laugh at me when I fell over yesterday, it's looking better today. Okay, so for ECA, what's been great in terms of reflecting on what we've heard already at this meeting is that a lot of our priorities are priorities that DOE sees as priorities: communication, engagement. And it's great to hear. It's wonderful to hear. I mean, I think it was, actually, I don't think I know because I wrote it down. It was Dean Donegan yesterday who said something that was fantastic. We're the beneficiaries as the contractor. We're the beneficiaries of the local government engagement around WIP. What an amazing sentence to get to hear. We're the beneficiaries. Because oftentimes we feel like we're racing and charging to get a seat at that table, because oftentimes local governments aren't legally part of, let's say, a tri-party agreement, for example. But it's so important for our local governments who are impacted by everything DOE decides to do or everything DOE decides not to do. And thus, communication is really, really important to understand from a policy perspective. It looks great up here, but how is it actually playing out down in the field, down in the communities? So involving local governments and DOE decision-making, we're going to talk, that is number one on our list. Getting a picture of what waste disposal actually looks like, understanding where is it going to go, where is it going to come from, when is it going to move. That's incredibly important for the economic development priority that we have. How do we plan projects for the future in a multi-generational political atmosphere? I think, unfortunately, we've seen that for WCS, that these things change over time. And so communication has to be regular, because when it really, really matters is when we get to the tough stuff. And for EM, fantastic and congratulations. And we also enjoy the success of your reduction of the footprint by 90%. But right now, we have the toughest 10% in front of us. So if it's ever been time to have these very close partnerships, really working together, all of us prioritizing that, we just think it's a much better chance of success. We succeed when you succeed, but we also hope that you all see it, that when you're succeeding and setting us up, cleaning us up to give us these opportunities, that is going to be the way that we find a path forward.
Thanks, Kara. We're going to continue on this topic of the importance of disposal capacity, and I'm going to put out a few questions, and then I know that there are several of you who want to make some comments. So when it comes to past, present, and future low-level waste disposal volumes, is there enough capacity available? And we need to maintain multiple disposal options for low-level waste. Competition in commercial space and some national equity issues are at play, where we'd make decisions about where off-site waste, where the waste that can't be disposed on site is going to go. So what do we need to do to ensure that options remain available? And does the rate of commercial disposal, including that from nuclear power plant D&D, impact the capacity of those commercial facilities? So there's a lot packed in there, but I know some of what Kara said touches on many of the tools that Doug and his team at headquarters deliver in terms of being able to provide reliable information on waste volumes. Doug?
Yeah, thank you, Christine. It's a pleasure to talk to everybody. And my office is responsible for collecting annually all the low-level and mixed low-level waste data forecasts for the entire Department of Energy. We work with the other programs. We post that data up on a public website. We call it WIMS. It's maintained by Florida International University, and you can find it there. Right now, we're collecting the FY21 data, so we're about sometimes 6 months to a year behind. But it's true, between DOE and commercial generators, we anticipate that we have sufficient capacity. Sometimes it's the problems of some of the specific waste streams. And as Christine said, we've worked over the years to try to maintain all the options and give our waste generators strategic choices of more than one option. Because as I think Jay said, not very many sites around the DOE as a total have the benefit of being able to go on site. So we expect commercial disposal facilities to remain a key part and a pathway for the future. I would just throw some numbers out there. I pulled some numbers because I know Christine wanted to see those. But if you average over what our numbers show over the last 3 years, we've averaged about 1 million cubic feet of waste disposal, commercial disposal facilities. And that translates to about 14% of the total. Numbers go up and down depending on what projects are being done. That's the number that we look like. Those numbers could increase. We do have significant projected inventories of converted GU from our conversion plants over the next couple decades. Those tend to be large volumes, and certainly our commercial partners will play a role in that. I'll leave it at that.
Hey, Ken, as one of the sites that has the benefit of on-site disposal, do you want to comment on this topic?
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this. A little bit of perspective. So I would imagine all of you find it interesting that this is the most predominant topic that we discuss as it relates to environmental cleanup. And I don't mean on-site versus off-site disposal. I mean waste management. And there's a reason for that. I know as an organization, we went on a journey, probably 15 years ago, to analyze what would be the most optimum cleanup configuration that we could possibly commit to the government to perform. And we evaluated it from a manufacturing slash debottlenecking slash optimization approach. I worked with a lot of national labs, worked with a lot of industry experts, and it came down to one critical element and one critical element only, which was those that can optimize and dispose of the waste most efficiently, protective of human health and the environment, will have the most optimum, most efficient, most accelerated environmental cleanup. Whether you're doing high-level waste treatment, tank waste, TSCA, RCRA, hazardous waste, CERCLA, didn't make a difference. Those who can produce the most efficient and optimum waste factory, waste hierarchy, as Jay made mention to, will have the most optimum ability to clean up and the most efficient means to clean up, all governed under the policy of ensuring protective of human health and the environment. So in 2011, when we initiated the cleanup at the areas we were responsible for in Oak Ridge, that was our #1 commitment to the federal government and to the communities and to the American taxpayer this is how we're going to accelerate and ultimately bring this optimization. And this is our commitment, and this is what we believe the outcome could be. So then you build your entire strategy, your vision, your approaches, and your methods, your means and methods all around that. And thus becomes the importance of this waste hierarchy that, as Jay pointed out, and I think Doug's talked to it many times, is very specific to each location and to each problem in each community. This is the architecture and the hierarchy that's going to produce this optimum outcome. So, whether you use flow shading techniques, whether you use optimization, lean methods, whatever it is, when you build that strategy and you build that approach, what you're going to find at the center of the atom is waste management. And everything else is going to revolve around that. And if you can deliver it, and again, I know there's a lot of emotion around this topic, but the rules are really clear on how to be protective of human health and the environment. And I thought it was very well discussed yesterday that at the center of environmental management and environmental cleanup and delivery is environmental justice. So the faster we clean up, the more justice we deliver to these communities. And that was what at the center. So that's a little bit of perspective from ours. And I'm appreciative to be here on this panel because these are all the partners that have been able to enable the most efficient waste factory, at least as it relates to Oak Ridge and its cleanup and the delivery of Vision 2020. And then, as Laura and I discussed yesterday, the look forward to the east and cleaning up Y12 and ORNL to the community's benefit and to those mission benefits. So that's a little bit of perspective on the critical importance of what's entrusted all of us to ultimately achieve the environmental cleanup mission.
Thanks, Ken. You brought a lot of important points together there, and personally, you validated my career choice, so thank you for telling me that waste management is the center of all things. Okay, but he also acknowledged that in
Frank knew that already.
He also acknowledged that there are some industry players who are part of that waste factory. And so let's hear first from Scott and then from Dave on their perspectives, not just about what Ken said, but also the numbers that Doug put out there. It's critically important that we enable that commercial sector to exist, as even though the US is rich and DOE is rich in federal disposal facilities, whether on-site or regional, national sites, but we're also very dependent on the commercial. So talk a little bit about that.
Let's talk about capacity, where Doug started off at. And I think on the commercial side, I think there's 9 ongoing decommissioning activities right now. We run 4 of those, and we treat it just like each project as the waste factory, the waste hierarchy. We look to maximize the resources that are out there. How do we volume reduce the material, whether it's through our Oak Ridge facilities or at our Clive facility, to make sure that we are looking at the capacity that's available and ensuring we can meet not only our projects, the other projects that are out there, and also with the DOE. In fact, UCOR came to us, as well as FRNP, asked us to look at their volumes, and we were able to guarantee capacity for their facilities based on the volumes that they have going throughout their project and lifetime. So then you talk about that, you talk about the waste hierarchy and the importance of that, and again, making sure that you maximize the current available resources out there, whether it's processing, whether it's direct disposal, or any other type of means that you have.
Thanks. Dave?
Yeah, so I suppose as we talk about capacity, what I want to start with is the topic that we're talking about here, the title of what we're talking about here, the future of disposal. And what I would really submit to folks today is, at least from a commercial perspective, the future of disposal has already arrived. If we look back where we were 10 years ago, and you remember, Christine, what we had available, or 20 years ago, or even 5 years ago, compared to what we have today, there's just a vast difference in capability and capacity and so on. And what do I mean by that? Today we have a very competitive commercial market with many options out there. It's in fact more than just energy solutions and waste control specialists. There's other alternatives in the commercial marketplace as well. And it's a very efficient market. When you talk about transportation capacity, we have massive transportation capacity today. There's a lot of competition, many rail and trucking companies that do manage this kind of waste and provide that capacity and have made it much more efficient and cost effective. If you look at protectiveness of facilities, and I think there's value to protectiveness, the protectiveness of Western facilities that we see today is so much greater than historical facilities we've seen in the past. For example, at WCS, we're a site that has no viable groundwater pathway. So think about that. Protectiveness for 1 million years, whether you're talking about environmental justice or future generations, whatever you want to talk about, there is nothing better than a facility that's that protective, and we simply haven't had that kind of thing in the past. Front-end support. I know that as commercial companies have evolved, we've become much more engaged in front-end support, whether it's profiling, packaging, transporting. If I look at our commercial D&D projects, and we're doing the other 5 that's not being done by Scott's company, we're on those sites, we're loading the waste, we're helping the folks that actually tear down the buildings to determine how they're going to package that waste, what size they're going to size those things into. So that's very different than certainly my experience of years ago back with Chem Nuclear. And finally, cost. Cost is a fraction of what it was previously. If I look back even 5 years, the cost of disposal for many customers is half or less. Certainly for demolition debris and soils and those kind of things, the cost has gone down precipitously, and we're in about the same range as record disposal today. So, I think the bottom line for me is that we have achieved, at least in the commercial space, we have achieved the future. If you're looking for what do we need to do next, I think we have the tools in place and available. And from a capacity perspective, there's plenty of capacity, there's plenty of throughput. We're not limited by the fact that we're doing 5 nuclear power plant decommissionings today. We could do 5 more or 10 more, and it really wouldn't be an issue with throughput and capacity on the site. In the case of our particular site, we're 14,000 acres, so that's about the same size as Manhattan. So not as big as some of the DOE sites, but certainly plenty of capacity for disposal.
Thanks, Dave. So certainly, I think we have made great progress, right, as a country in the commercial sector, and I think competition drives innovation and drives efficiencies and drives development of innovations and new capabilities. So thank you for that. I'm going to continue us on this topic around the issues affecting the selection of disposal sites, both between on-site and off-site, and then between federal and commercial choices. But I'm going to ask you all to, maybe Doug, you can explain a little bit about the process for determining best value to the government, and others can comment on that as well. I know Jay touched on some of that in his opening comments. But Kara, I'm also interested in your perspective representing the communities on what's needed to ensure the process doesn't just value cost. Right? What other factors are important?
I think generally speaking, on-site disposal isn't our favorite thing. But if it is going to happen, then there needs to be a very in-depth discussion about the WAC. And, I think that it's probably a challenge on the private sector or DOE side when you're going out to interact with the locals. How informed are these parties? How much do they know? What should I be speaking to? How specific can I get? And I think you need to be ready to speak to all those levels. I mean, in our communities, we have really very well-educated, knowledgeable folks. And to find out there's a discussion of on-site disposal, they know what that means. And so again, it's that early engagement that builds trust. And it may be a rocky road, but it being engaged meaningfully, ensuring that the communities have resources to truly understand, okay, what is DOE doing? What are they looking at? And do they have the same definition of risk that we do? And that DOE or the contractor has time for a perception of risk. I think so many of the problems that we encounter are based on perception and not science or politics versus science. And so understanding that everybody's facing that same challenge, except that the local communities, the local elected officials, I mean, they could lose their job based on ultimately what the decision comes down to. They're invested in the success of the site, and they're invested just as responsible as well as DOE in protecting human health and the environment. And feeling as though they are considered true partners will make the process, again, an easier, not necessarily slightly shorter process. But yeah, the WAC, tell us about what you're talking about. Let us understand. What are you thinking is gonna go there?
Okay, so Doug, before I hand it over to you, I'm gonna kick it over to Ken, but as a bridge to Ken's, I think Kara raises a couple important points, right? So take the time to realize that it's not just the technical risk, but it's how different players who understand the issues differently at a different capacity of understanding them, perhaps even different exposure to the background, have a perception of risk, and DOE needs to not set that aside, not dismiss it, basically, since it is a valid perspective. And I think back, and I'm dating myself to Fernald, and there was active, it was not always pleasant at the start, right, but engagement with the community around negotiating the WAC for that on-site disposal facility with a very clear decision. Some waste had to go west, and that's really what enabled the upgrowth of Energy Solutions, I think, even, right, and your entry into helping solve some of the offsite disposal needs. But Ken, I think you are actively in the midst of a debate around the WAC of a new on-site disposal facility. So you want to comment a bit on what Kara says?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what Kara had to offer. I think we are absolutely responsible for making sure that, again, the term we use is through a shared governance process in which we have all our partners at the table, all stakeholders, all community members, to ensure that we are communicating and engaging at a level that all the members of this coalition that will ultimately make a decision to implement on-site disposal or to implement this waste hierarchy are informed so that they can ensure that they've met their duties to conclude that what is being done across this waste factory to enable the environmental cleanup at their location, in this case Oak Ridge, is protective of human health and the environment. Because it is highly technical, it is highly regulated, and so helping someone who doesn't work in it every day make an informed decision relative to that is a fundamental responsibility we have. And the rules on how to do that are clear, whether you're in NEPA space or whether you're in the National Contingency Plan. And again, all of us who work in that understand those rules, but you really need to go beyond that. And from our point of view, you need to employ this, again, shared governance approach in which all the partners are together and you're bringing them along. It's not just simply, hey, we met the obligation to have a public comment period. But here's something innovative that we tried in Oak Ridge as it related to the siting of the new disposal facility. When we did the first public comment period, and a lot of this credit goes to Jay and Laura and their entire Oak Ridge environmental management team, the department made the decision to engage every single citizen in the city of Oak Ridge. So they received a personal invitation and a personal communication to attend these sessions and come and participate. We had, in my experience, we had what I would consider a record level of participation. And so we got a real barometer. And then there are critical pockets in your communities that provide leadership, provide perspective, provide diverse perspectives, and engaging those elements of your community are extremely important, especially the ones who perceive or believe they have the most risk associated with the decisions that are being made. And so we started outreach all the way back in the 2016, 2017 timeframe with that. And that's the start. They're met with quite a set frequency to bring them along with the process so that at the end, they know they've been part of the decision process. They haven't been told what the outcome is. And I think at the center of that is exactly what Kara said, which is the concept of establishing waste acceptance criteria and demonstrating that that's going to be protective, and demonstrating through performance that these are the outcomes that they could count on. You know, not 99.9% of the hazard being disposed of offsite at other institutional repositories, but the volume being kept locally so that we have the most optimum, most efficient way to ultimately remediate the waste that has the hazards that are truly affecting their community. It is not easy to get that all across, but it is an obligation and a responsibility we have.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Jay, I'm going to put you on the spot because I know you had both the Oak Ridge experience, but now in your headquarters role, have some visibility into other sites challenges. And we heard the Portsmouth community make some pretty pointed comments yesterday. But it occurs to me as I was listening to Ken, it's not just the communities. I mean, with all due respect to our host here, right? There's also regulators who are involved. And I think you might have something to offer from that perspective. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Oh, that's okay. I was in my happy space until you called my name. You know, it kind of, to Kara, when you were talking, I think there was something that Reagan had said once upon a time, the only thing worse than something is somebody that shows up from the government and says, hi, I'm here to help you. I think there's actually something worse than that, which is, hi, I'm from the government. I want to build a nuclear waste dump in your backyard. And so, you know, the community, and I was talking to Amy about this, I think Amy maybe still over there, but yesterday at a break that, you know, several years ago, we didn't see the community necessarily as a support in Oak Ridge, and they actually now have become an advocate. And part of that is the outreach that's been done by both the DOE and the U-Board team there, and quite a bit of effort, but that has been a very good partnership that we've had to bring them along. There are places, if you don't provide the information, people fill in the blank. And I think Ken actually talked about several years ago, the big concern was mercury and where we're going to put mercury in the landfill, because we have quite a source term over at Y12 or Oak Ridge now, has quite a source term to clean up. And there were people that would come up to him in the grocery store and say, hey, I've heard you're going to put mercury in the landfill. And in their mind's eye, we were actually going to go out there and pour liquid mercury in the landfill. I really think that. And so it's been an education process. And part of that is the WAC in getting there. And unfortunately, the way the rules are written, you can only do public engagement at certain times with your partners. And so it takes quite a bit of work to triangulate just in Oak Ridge with our regulatory partners. And when you expand that out to include at some of the other sites, the other stakeholders that are there in the community, tribes, pueblos, others, you know, that's a multifaceted problem to go work. It's not to say we don't go work it, but it just takes time, to your point, to work through all that. But ultimately, I think you can get the majority of folks if you can do that communication and bring in the folk. You know, I'm an engineer, I'm not the best communicator. You might need to bring in a risk communicator that can put that in terms that people can understand. I think the first public meeting I was at and speaking to, Dave Adler, who works for me, says, hey, quit using acronyms and numbers. A lot of the public doesn't really understand what you're saying, and that kind of struck me because we all work in this industry, and we throw around acronyms that all of us understand, much of the public does not. And so that's part of it as well. And some of that applies to the regulators as well. Because you'll have regulators with very different backgrounds. I'm an electrical engineer that's worked in the nuclear industry for 30-something years, but I'm working with biologists, right? They have a very different background. And so we don't always use the same words to describe the same things. But we have pretty well gotten there with the state of Tennessee and Oak Ridge. I think we're there with Region 4 for the landfill, and now it's getting the regulators and EPA headquarters aligned. And they've even expressed, frustration, I guess would be the right word, to getting all their staff lined up on a single answer. So there's nothing easy about it, but it takes time. I was joking with Ike that since I've come to headquarters, which started Halloween, so you kind of have to appreciate that, right? That's my first day on the job, is October 31st. And a lot of this is new for me, but that it's an endurance race. It's not a sprint, is what it seems to be. So hopefully I didn't ramble too much.
No.
Christine, can I just add one thing, which is, of course,
Sure.
it's wonderful to hear that you're advocating to ensure that information is shared with the community from DOE and the contractors. I would also add, though, that the community needs the ability, especially in a situation where there might be a lack of trust, to independently provide a look at what your numbers are or get their own numbers. And that builds trust, too, to ensure that those resources are available so that they can do that.
Sure. I know in Oak Ridge, they actually have I forget the acronym for it, but they're in a community group, and we go over and brief them and provide information as well. I've actually gone over, the city council has working sessions, and we've actually gone over, Ken's done it, I've done it, others on the staff, and also jointly with TDEC and EPA, and brief them on what's going on. And you're right, I mean, we can have a big public meeting, people don't ask questions at the big public meeting, and then you'll get that in smaller forums or from a representative that heard it from their constituent. So,
Hey, Christine, one thing I want to really acknowledge Kara's point she just made. There is a responsibility that I see it from my perspective as the implementer that we have, which is to be that facilitator. It's amazing to me some of the disconnects that exist between municipalities, counties, and states. And states, regulate counties and then regulate municipalities all differently. Ohio is different than Tennessee, so forth and so on. And facilitating and helping your host communities understand how they get their voice, their independence through their governmental systems that exist within their townships, their municipality, their county, and then their state, is a critical piece, and it should never be overlooked. It shouldn't be assumed that everybody just naturally and instinctively who live, in one of these small, close-knit communities knows how that works and understands how the regulation and the laws of that state and the federal government all come together to enable a decision. It really it's unfair to believe everybody can connect all those dots, and we have an obligation to facilitate those discussions to make sure, to the point Kara just made, that the host communities who feel like they need to have an independent voice, this trust but verify model, which we all work to in the nuclear industry, really can happen, and can happen consistent with the rules that, as Jay pointed out, are very complicated.
And I think, Ken, what you just described was an obligation to facilitate their awareness of how to go and how to be effective, but not necessarily controlling it, because Kara's point is they have to have the ability to independently review too. I know Doug wants to say something, and I'm going to let him cap out this topic because the big clock says we only have 20 minutes. We got some really good stuff to talk about.
I'll try to be quick. Well,
I know you will.
We've talked about the hierarchy, and the hierarchy is the policy. It says, look at our DOE sites first, and then we go on to any other options at other DOE sites and commercial facilities. And we look at a number of factors, and I want to stress that the decisions are made not by headquarters or the policymakers, they're made in the community. And they look at a variety of things and take into factors. We've talked about the regulatory roles. DOE also is the regulator for rad material, no matter if it falls under some of the other regimes cleanup machines like regular and surface. So for our DOE facilities, we have a regulatory function at headquarters, and we use the low-level waste disposal federal review group, which are the in-the-weeds technical experts on performance assessment, and they're out there reviewing the facilities before during planning, before they start construction operation, and then ongoing through closure. And so we have some of the best experts in the country working for us, both on the federal side and commercial side. I'll make that pitch for them. And on the commercial side, we are required by our policy to go look at the facilities and review them, and we're reviewing compliance, although they have their own regulators, they have their own performance assessments and WAC, but we do due diligence, and we rely on the DOPAP program that AU operates to do those annual reviews.
Thank you, Doug. I think that is important. So there's a lot of empowered decision-making within the projects, both with the field managers and the implementers, and, you know, people like Jay, people like Ken, but there is a headquarters responsibility to make sure the overall system works and has the appropriate quality checks. So thank you for reminding us about that. We're going to go on to the next topic, and this one deals with waste challenges and innovations. And so I'm going to read two questions, and my suggestions are we hear first from our commercial partners, and then perhaps Doug will put you on the spot to talk about greater than Class C. So the question is, what are the opportunities for future alternative waste forms and disposal configurations, such as cell changes or greater use of grout or cementitious waste forms? I think there was I'll call out to the National Academy of Sciences work on different innovations related to low activity waste, and then what is the current state of play for citing a greater than Class C disposal facility. So let's let Scott talk about developments at Energy Solutions, and we'll let Doug and Dave talk a bit about greater than Class C, and Ken, as an implementer, if you want to talk about any innovations you've had over the life of using the on-site cell at MWIF, that'd be great. Scott?
Yeah, so we have, I would say, a lot of opportunities within the department. They're identifying problematic waste streams that they need help from the commercial entities to help disposition those wastes. And we have very good relationships with our regulators in Tennessee, where I talked about earlier, our processing facilities, and also out at Clive. And we're looking at just different areas and ways of maximizing, I would say, our waste acceptance criteria to make sure we're staying in compliance there, and looking at ways that we can treat, again, volume reduce, and develop compliant waste profiles to bring that material into any of our sites. We also look at utilizing, as Doug was saying, the government disposal site with NNSS. How do we bring all those capabilities together to address those different waste profiles that are out there that need to be dispositioned in a safe manner? We also are looking at ways that we can expand our facility. Can't get into too much details there because we're still in that process, but we're looking at supporting the depleted uranium project with our DUF6 opportunities up at Portsmouth and Paducah, and then also looking at just, lower levels of waste. And getting back to, again, not to drag it out too much, but that waste hierarchy, when you're looking at how you dispose of waste, it really is, what is the characteristic of the waste, and how do you maybe treat that differently for very low level Class A. We are not a BC site, so we access Dave and WCS through our contract there. And then in regards to GTCC, we, again, cannot take that waste, so we're staying away from that.
Okay, I appreciate what you said. I mean, certainly, we need to make sure, even though you have some innovations and some plans to expand and optimize Clive's capacity, spending any amount of that disposal capacity for really low activity stuff that doesn't require that same level of isolation as even Class A waste is an important consideration. So let me kick it to the other table. Who wants to go first, Dave or Doug? Let's let Dave go first and talk about WCS's plans in the future, and then you can fill in some policy updates. Okay, Doug?
Sure. In terms of innovation, I think a lot of it's designed in from the start. We were blessed with a location where the geology is such that really we don't have, some sites might have issues with Tech 99 or with other things that tend to be mobile. We do not have the similar issues to those sites. So to a great extent, that's designed in. Other innovations, like other sites, we split what's coming into us into a couple of different landfills. So we have really containerized landfill for commercial, a containerized landfill for for federal waste, and we have a large landfill for debris and soils and those kinds of things. All of them are equally protective in terms of being in the same geology and having the same million-year performance assessment applied to them and show compliance through that period. Beyond that, you mentioned GTCC. We're not licensed for GTCC. Certainly, we have the technical, based on geology, the technical capability to take that, but that's not something we're licensed for.
Okay. Doug?
Okay, so we are watching closely. The Department of Energy is responsible for greater than Class C waste disposal, which by definition is waste outside of the Department of Energy at power plants or industry or whatever. But we have some other waste that's GTCC-like waste. So we're watching the situation closely at what's developing at NRC. They, in 2019, took a significant step in issuing a draft GTCC regulatory basis, which found that most GTCC waste streams analyzed in their generic analysis were suitable for near surface disposal. And obviously that's subject to site-specific analysis, and if a disposal site would come forward and wanted to do that. So for those streams that might be able to go into surface facilities, that lines up with our NEPA document that we issued, our EIS, and our report to Congress. And so we still have not made a record of decision, but our preferred alternatives was a generic commercial facility and or the WIP facility. So we're monitoring things going on at NRC and in the commercial sector, and are hopeful that the NRC will take some action on the reg guide, which they've sort of combined with Part 61.
Okay, thanks for that update. I'm not going to let you off that easy, though. So long time, right? We've been working on that NEPA analysis, which certainly involves some public comment. So from the standpoint of building advocacy, the public and the communities, anybody who was analyzed as an alternative, even the generic sites, had an opportunity to see themselves and give some input. But that NEPA document was a while ago. So I suspect that there's decision makers and players in the public who probably aren't familiar with that analysis or didn't have an opportunity to participate in that. So what's the time frame for, and is there, what stands between DOE issuing a record of decision, and is there any need to engage or communicate before we get to that point?
We definitely need to hear from Congress because some of the things to implement have to, and so that is definitely getting some input from them. But just depending on what the option is, if it's near surface in a commercial facility, there will be obviously opportunities.
And the report to Congress went how many years ago?
2019, or maybe before that. I don't know.
I think it was a little bit before then.
Yeah.
A little bit before then. So my point is just, I think we've had a couple different sessions of Congress. So
Yeah.
and maybe it's a topic that going forward, Jay, in your tenure, happy Halloween, that we can, maybe we put this back on the table and reinvigorate everybody's understanding, because it is a federal responsibility for DOE to site a GTCC disposal facility, and Congress has insinuated themselves into that process, but I doubt they remember that.
Gosh, it just seems like 2019, but that was COVID.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit before then, but that's okay. The reality is that it's in Chuck and his colleagues' hands. So Ken, give your BFF a call and remind him that we need some help, okay? All right, we're going to go on to the next topic. He will never agree to be on my panel again, I know it. All right, so other policy challenges other policy changes that are germane to the question of disposal. What's the status of the high-level waste interpretation, that clarification of DOE Order 435, and what are the opportunities for future disposal of reprocessing wastes or other wastes that were previously considered to be the result of reprocessing, and how important is this to DOE's cleanup goals? So I know Jay has full confidence in you, Doug, to carry this one.
I'll talk a little bit about high-level waste, what I can talk about. So obviously the high-level waste interpretation has been working. My predecessor, Mark Senderling, was a champion for that, and we thank him for that. We're committed to utilizing science-driven solutions to continue to achieve success in tackling the environmental legacy of decades of nuclear weapons production and government-sponsored nuclear energy research. In September 2020, EM and Savannah Riverside successfully demonstrated the first application of the high-level waste interpretation by shipping a small quantity of SRS waste stream to waste control specialists for stabilization and disposal. Building on that success, we announced that we're developing a draft environmental assessment for the commercial disposal of a second waste stream at SRS, which involves some contaminated process equipment under the high-level waste interpretation. That equipment is things like some glass bubblers from the Defense Waste Processing Facility melter and some other components which they routinely generate and will be generating over the next decades as that plant operates. The draft environmental assessment and associated federal notice would be issued following ongoing general counsel's review and concurrence, and also contingent upon the conclusions of the internal department policy review by the new administration on the high-level waste interpretation that the secretary committed to conduct during her confirmation hearing. So that's where we are on that. So our approach has been to take small steps in focusing on those individual waste streams proposed on a case-by-case basis. And currently, we're not proposing to apply the high-level waste stream to any additional waste streams at Savannah River or other sites. It remains a tool in the toolbox. In fact, you know, we can't use it at Hanford because of the language in the FY 2022 or some of the National Defense Authorization Acts prohibit it from going there. So I just wanted to make a point that we're not looking at that site. But so I'd say stay tuned as the review concludes and the draft EA comes out based on the result of that review.
Okay, I hope that posture at Hanford, I mean, I certainly understand the position. You're precluded from doing so because of the direction in the NDAA, but that guidance could change in the future, so hopefully it's not off the table. And Kara, before I turn it over to you, I'm going to put in a plug for DOE. So I think this high-level waste interpretation, it has the potential to be widely misunderstood as some lessening of DOE's regulation of low-level waste streams. In fact, the capability to make these kinds of decisions has always existed in DOE 435, and we successfully did those types of analyses to disposition the West Valley melter at WCS, right, through a careful process. What this interpretation, and certainly the implementation to date has done, has actually inserted an additional NEPA analysis, right, some additional engagement opportunity with the public transparently to talk about these. But I know you and all of the communities may not share my enthusiasm for this. So what's your perspective?
The Energy Communities Alliance has long been very vocally supportive of the high-level waste interpretation and fully evaluating it. As local government officials, they're also, you know, trying to be fiscally responsible, and they're trying to see cleanup as safely and as quickly as possible. And from our understanding at this level of the game, or at this stage of the game, you know, we know a lot to be advocates, but we could really know more. And if I had any advice to the Department of Energy or to any private sector commercial entity that's looking at how to support this is when the partnership can really benefit you as the people that are living around the site, as people living around Hanford. Lots of time for this discussion and trying to understand more, trying to get better education, for example, on grouting, which is the giant argument coming out of the west side of the state. But if you're the mayor and you're living next to the site and your brother works at the site and your kid is a bomber at the high school, that's the name of the team, you know, and you're saying this should be evaluated, we think that there might be something here, and we're comfortable that this is an option that people are going to spend time and money on. What better advocate do you have? If DOE comes out there and says, no, it's faster, it's risk-based, it's clean, you don't have generational trust. And it's unfortunate, but it's a truth. And, you know, I think we talk about WIP and Carlsbad, and it's such a good example. And, you know, I think about the time after the fire in the underground, and DOE was doing such outreach that at a certain point, the community said, you know, don't do as many, let's actually have fewer. What a great problem to have. But that problem, which isn't a problem in all sense, it's because they got to the point that they trusted each other. So there's a fire in the underground, we're gonna shut it down, the ventilation's gonna, you know, we're gonna bump up the ventilation, we're gonna build new panels, and you don't hear anybody from Carlsbad, the community, say anything other than go, go, go. And we want your waste and give it to us. And, you know, remember Tim Fraser standing up going, there's enough for everybody, calm down. So again, like, look at who is delivering the message.
Yeah.
And educate your messenger so that what they're saying carries more water. We should not have had the situation on the high-level waste interpretation that exists in Washington at this stage. They cut off conversation before we could even get far enough down the road to allow it to stay kind of bubbling up towards the top. And then I'll stop ranting, I promise, in 1 second. But the importance of something like the high-level waste interpretation, well, it's only compounded when we see that there's a consent-based siting RFI that's only looking at commercial waste at dead plants. I love Tim Smith, and that's fantastic. And you're right, they should be moved so that land's available for economic development in that community. But we'd like to know that we're also priorities, especially in a world where DOE is using words like, you know, frontline communities and EJ. You know, I hope that ECA communities don't have to beg and scramble to try and squeeze ourselves into something. I hope that DOE and EM even says to NE as they're starting this process, you know, you have to understand that our mission's success ultimately is going to be in some way, shape, and form dependent on you guys getting a repository open. And it's scary to us to say you're gonna move forward on an interim storage project. There's no talk about what's gonna happen on our repository side, and we don't even get a mention, and high-level interpretation isn't gonna be considered because, you know, what's going on politically, it's just too hot to touch. Isn't that two birds, one stone? Anyway, yes, so I'll shut up because I could rant a lot.
That's okay. I want to thank you for your comments. That was, I mean, there was a lot in there, and I think there's a message, which I wrote down verbatim, that I will carry back as best I can, but I also think that there's an opportunity for ECA to be DOE's partner and make sure that the Hanford communities do get to hear about the technical basis of these Savannah River decisions, notwithstanding the NDAA language that maybe limits DOE. So perhaps you're in a better position to be the communicator than DOE is, given the very clear direction from Congress, at least during this session.
Absolutely, which is again why we need information.
Why we need to have a partnership.
Question,
you know
which is what about crowding?
We should have a joint workshop once a year and talk about these kinds of topics. Okay, all right, we have exactly 2 minutes and 1 second for questions. So we had some meaty stuff here. Somebody's coming to the mic.
Thank you. Got me on here?
We can hear you.
I'm Mayor Gary, City of West Richland, the incoming ECA Chair. Karen, thank you so much. Your passion is heartening to me. And I'd like to invite all of you to come out to Washington and have that conversation. We have a challenge with our governor and our AG. They just don't understand science. They developed a theory for the COVID pandemic based on science. When I met with the governor and talked science to him, he didn't understand science in this high-level waste issue. So now being the incoming chair, you might hear from me a little bit more. And so I'm going to invite you all to come fight our fight in Washington State, because we need your help. Any comments?
Thank you for saying that, and let's give him a hand. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about that. Doug, do you want to respond? No? Okay. Jay, do you want to respond?
Sure. Be happy to help support that.
We do have red wine out there.
Yeah, well, you know, yesterday you talked about Mayor Woody and the honey, and I thought you missed an opportunity saying, we have wine. So I'm glad you took it today.
Seriously, thank you for the invitation. I think there's a lot of need for that dialogue. Are there any other questions? Well, that's
Christine,
because,
can I
you
make
may,
one final
absolutely,
comment?
100%, yep.
Yeah, so at my expense, y'all had a lot of fun about the BFF comment. In all seriousness, I want to leave you with a point. If you want to be your congressperson or senator's BFF, then go do what we just discussed in here, which is be investment worthy. They're entrusted with the taxpayers' money and they represent them. And the best we can do for them is when they entrust us with those dollars, is that be investment worthy. Deliver an optimized cleanup program for them, enable economic development, allow their constituents that voted for them to go back and tell them good things and not bad things. And that's being investment worthy. So I'm glad you all enjoyed my BFF experience. And but in all seriousness, if that's the type of relationship you want to have with your elected officials that enable you to do your job, then be investment worthy for them.
Well said, and thanks for being such a good sport, Ken. Does anybody else have a final word? Oh, here we are, another question, okay.
Yeah, so thank you all. This is a really great panel. And so the discussion that always goes on in the community is the same discussion you're having. You know, do we leave this on-site? Do we leave this off-site? Where can these things go? You know, we used to love, Christine, you can come to our meetings and tell us which of our sites exactly what's going where things are orphaned, you know, what we need to do and all those types of things, because it's critical. I think you need to continually update the communities. But one of the things, especially with the on-site disposal that we keep running into, and you talked about a little bit, Jay, was waste acceptance criteria. And, you know, I always think about it, we talk about our regulatory process. One of the things is, if it's a surplus sale, it's funny because local governments actually have a role to be part of the remedy decision-making in the law. So that's never a bar. But we always say that there is, you know, the legal part is the minimum. And I know your state partners, your EPA partners, if the local community said, we need to learn more, or we need to look at a way of adjusting the process to understand what's going to be the waste that's going to be into these facilities, what the risk issues are, I think that they'd be flexible, because we changed the whole circle process, you know, to do federal cleanups a long time ago. It doesn't follow the particular role that's just laid out. And so I think that there are a lot of opportunities to look at that, because we know that there's going to be more on-site disposal cells. We know that in order to get rid of this waste, we need to figure out what's the best path forward, what are the risk issues. I think you'll find partners in those communities, you know, as we engage. I know you engaged early. These are tough issues. But we always just ask, what's the risk to our community? Help us identify, help us get technical assistance to bring those things in. And we can do it. We just keep forgetting because, you know, we have that fight, and 10 years passes and it's time for another landfill or something else. So we just need to continually do those. Thank you.
Thanks, Seth. Okay, well.
So you have, Jay and Ken, you got a competitive marketplace. Have you looked at what can be done to accelerate the cleanup at Oak Ridge to respond to what Congressman Fleischmann said relative to getting the land back into the community?
Sure. In fact, we have accelerated the cleanup in Oak Ridge. We actually completed ETTP 4 years ahead of schedule. We were able, through the support of Congress, to get over and start at Y12 and RNL well ahead of when we had originally planned to do the cleanup over there. So we're well ahead of schedule there. That's part of the reason we are so critical now with the need for on-site disposal capacity, because we're filling up the current landfill. And I think you heard the congressman talk about that. That's projected right now because of the acceleration to fill up sometime in the 2027 to 2029. At least that was a couple months ago when I was keeping up with that specifically there. So that acceleration is occurring. Now, part of that's because of the funding, the additional funding that we're getting from the appropriators. And then, of course, we are turning over quite a bit of property out at ETTP. The last time I looked at the figures, which has been a little while, I think it was like 1,200 acres had been turned over. We've got another 3,000 acres or so that was set aside for conservation out at ETTP. And we're looking to maybe transfer some of that over to the state of Tennessee through TWRA for use for the community with wildlife and recreational opportunities there as well. So.
Thank you for that question. It's a great way for us to end this once and for all, and that's that you guys had a very clear vision that was developed in consultation with the locals that communicated what was capable, what was possible if we aligned around certain assumptions and certain decision-making, so.
And I'll say, somebody talked about generational, I don't know if it was you, Kara, but I certainly would like to take full credit for that, but that started with Gerald Boyd. Which is when he was manager, which is some time ago.
Yeah.
Although Gerald's still around town, I guess as an executive coach for me.
Which emphasizes the point that it takes time, right? This is a journey, we just need to repeat our best practices, avoid the worst mistakes, and keep talking to one another and be clear. So anyway, I would like all of you to give this great panel a hand. Aren't they wonderful? You guys did a great job. Thank you. All right. Guys, thank you for your time.
For those of you I haven't met, my name is Kristen Ellis, and we're happy to talk about workforce with you all now. Really looking forward to this panel. As I said yesterday, I am currently serving in a detail as the acting director of the Regulatory, Intergovernmental, and Stakeholder Engagement portfolio. My predecessor in that role was Mary Kruger, and now she's up here on stage in her new role. But my position of record is as the senior advisor for STEM and workforce in the Office of Environmental Management. And we've not had a position like that previously. And the idea was that we've got a huge enterprise and upcoming retirements and all of these needs throughout the complex, and a lot of really great successful programs that are already happening out at our sites. And but we've got to get ready for the next era of cleanup and building our workforce and building awareness about the opportunities in the EM program. So I'm really looking forward to having this discussion today, and I think the way we'll structure it is kind of opening remarks from Mary, who will give us a quick overview of the federal perspective, and then hear from each of our other panelists. We've got Kim Lebeck from N3B in New Mexico, Dennis Carr from SRNS, and Mayor Casper from Idaho Falls. So looking forward to a really fruitful discussion this morning, and I will move over to the table here and hopefully still have eye contact with everyone. And Mary, would you like to get us started?
Sure. Can you hear me, everybody? Thanks, Kristen. It's great to be here today. It's actually my first time being at this workshop. I started with EM about 6 months before COVID went into effect. So my experience, I didn't even have a chance to really get to know people, I felt, before we went into our maximum telework situation. So it's been quite a challenge. And for the workforce and the government, I've worked in several federal agencies. I'd never been in charge of all of HR before like I am now. It is such a challenging and dynamic time. And I tell my colleagues in the private sector and in the government, the same. It's like it's never been more exciting to be in HR, and you probably don't hear HR and exciting together in the same sentence very often, but just dealing with, in DOE and NEM in particular, we have a very, very high percentage of federal workers that are eligible for retirement. We have a highly technical workforce, as you know, trying to address the COVID situation and how we're going to move forward in the future with getting back into the workplace. And aligning all of those things in the proper order is tremendously challenging. And then most importantly, keeping our employees engaged and keeping competitive, because there are a lot of opportunities out there, even more opportunities than there were before a couple years ago, as far as the type of work and work-life balance. So with that, I'll close my remarks and I'll look forward to the questions.
Great, thanks, Mary. Kim?
Good morning. I'm Kim Lebeck, president at N3B, and I'm in Los Alamos, New Mexico. This morning, I would like to just mention a couple of challenges that we've had with our recruiting and retention. For one point, I would say that there's this Los Alamos National Laboratory right across the proverbial street from us. And they happen to be on a hiring binge because of the pit production mission, and the lab is probably 13,000 people. And they're having this banner year on, or 2 or 3 years on their new mission. And we are approximately 650 people at N3B, including our critical subs, Longenecker, and T2S, which is Tetra Tech Sea Alaska. Quite frankly, Triad is hiring 2,000 people this year, so they could hire our company 3 times over. So that is a challenge for us in northern New Mexico. If you've been to northern New Mexico, the laboratory and supporting companies are kind of the main draw in northern New Mexico. So it is a challenge for us, and we are attacking it on many fronts. And we can get into more of that in a bit, but laying the groundwork there, great mission at NNSA right across the way, and we have really had to up our game on recruiting.
Well, that's a great intro. And Dennis, I know your region has similar challenges with the nuclear and DoD footprint in the region. So would you like to kick us off with some intro remarks on?
Sure. Again, I'm Dennis Carr. I'm with Savannah River Nuclear Solutions. We're the M&O contractor at the site. So if I was to characterize the situation, we have about 12,000 overall employees at Savannah River. We're about 5,400. Those employees, and obviously we run the site operations, the roads and systems. We also have the canyon. So we have both a pretty vibrant nuclear operational base, and then also the operation of the site itself. But we're also about 50% as part of our efforts are focused on NNSA operations with tritium operations and the emergence of the new pit operations. So it's a pretty diverse mission that we have in front of us. And so if I was to characterize the issues as I see them, we've all talked about the silver tsunami. I think all of us know we're in the middle of it now. Our site, like I said, we're about 5,400 in our company. We've hired in the last 5 years 3,600 people. So over 65% of our employees have less than 5 years in the nuclear industry. So being a high hazard nuclear operation, obviously that would give everybody in this room a little bit concerned. So obviously, see advancing those folks down the line to disciplined operations and infusing in that conduct of operational base. Second then is what's behind there is we have about 40% then of the population or so that has that long-term vested knowledge in nuclear operations. However, right at about 30% of that of the mix of 30% of the 35 so is today pension eligible. So in the next 5 years, the remaining number of my generation is going to leave this workforce, and we've got to get prepared to transition over. And there's a lot of challenges that come along with the way we learned operations and the way we conduct operations to the way the new generations learn and the way that they would like to conduct. I know they have better ways of doing it. Let's face it, we're paper oriented. So there is a gap at our site. We have that group that's 1 to 5 years, and then we've got that group that's 25 to 35 years. And all of us, I think most of the sites, because I've made my way around the complex, we all have that void in the middle. And somehow we've got to find a way of advancing that group quickly into the right into the right mindset and like I said, the right discipline of operations to be able to sustain our operations. So there's a lot of challenges out there, not which is continuing to attract and retrain. Savannah River, we are blessed with just an optimal location. I mean, let's face it, there's basically everything from climate to locale to you name it, we've got it down there. So if everybody's got a resume and they're looking for a new position, it's so there are still though challenges. Like I said, we hired 3,600. We expect to hire about 1,000. I think everybody knows in front of us is a pit production mission where we're going to need as many as 3,000 construction workers. and up to 1,800 operational folks when we get into operation. So it'll be a massive hiring campaign in the midst of trying to sustain nuclear operations at the facility. So there's a lot of challenges there, and the key is to attract and retain the right people and get those folks ingrained and committed to our mission. And so a lot of challenges, Billy, but I think we're all up for that challenge.
Thank you, Dennis. Mayor Casper, you are living on the other side of the fence, so to speak, and I'm sure very familiar with the constituents in Idaho Falls, and I know you've been involved with ECA for many years, so I'm sure you've got a great perspective to open us up with about, how you're thinking about STEM and workforce and retention and life in an EM community.
Well, thank you, Kristen. I appreciate this opportunity. I have to confess to everybody that I spent a fair amount of time grousing about being asked to be on the panel and talk about workforce, because all I could think was, I'm not an HR person. I don't have HR insights or superpowers. I don't run a community college. I don't hire and train and even understand what the EM workforce really does, right? So I thought, why am I here? After some thinking about this, I am needing to now say I'm sorry and thank you for recognizing and seeking out the local government perspective, because communities do play a role in the workforce that needs to come to each and every one of the sites. We are the place that the amazing people that you hire end up living, working, and playing. In which they work, live, and play. So anyway, I want to say thank you to all of you contractors out there who spend or run your contracts in such a way that you offer full-throated support for the communities that you live in. In Idaho Falls, we've been the beneficiary of having some really great partners in the contractors that have been part of our community, whether it's support for the arts, for our zoo, for the United Way, support for schools, support for letting your employees volunteer in schools or in the community, support for your employees who want to be to seek office in some way. Thank you for being open to all of that engagement in the places that your employees live, because it ends up being sort of a symbiotic relationship, right? Where both benefit. So let me just very quickly share the local government perspective on all of this. To sum it right up, we locals, when we're left to our own, we spend most of our time enhancing the quality of life in the places where we live. And for the places where your employees that you train and you hire and then you train them, but you invest a lot in them. And if they're happy with where they live, then you have a greater likelihood of being able to retain them. What makes a happy employee? Probably it's everything from having a great place for their spouse to be able to seek employment, to whether or not recycling is offered, whether or not that community maybe offers fiber or great schools for the kids, or maybe it's 5G. I don't know exactly what it is, but I'll tell you that we work on all of those things and more in our local communities. By the way, if you don't like the monotone climate in Aiken and you like a little more flavor, Idaho Falls offers that. We also offer, an energy portfolio for those who live in our cities that's 100% carbon-free or non-carbon emitting at this time. So there are lots of things that might bring people to a community, right? You like to ski, don't move to Aiken. You like polo, don't move to Idaho Falls. But there's probably something for everyone across the spectrum, if we're doing a good job in all of the other areas. So I just want to, say that some people have suggested that contractors may want to be siloed. Just leave us alone, we're gonna put our head down, do the work that we do, and that's fine if you want to be siloed, but if so, recognize that we are your silent partner, and that there are times when you will have to heed the communities that you live in, or we can work together a little more out loud if you don't wanna be siloed, but either way, we really do need to work together if we're going to be good partners in helping you to retain the people that you do bring. As far as attracting people, that's probably more the focus of this particular conversation today. I guess we'll probably hit on lots of things that we won't solve it in our conversation today, but hopefully we'll be able to hit on things that deserve some further study. And I know that what both FCOG and ECA have started to have dialogue internally about how we want to approach this, and I do believe that there'll be conversation across organizations about this. But let's start making our lists of what we need to be looking at. We know that it is increasingly difficult to hire young people and to attract them into EM. Now, why is that? One commonly referred to reason is that many young people don't see EM as a future career choice or path, that they don't see that as having longevity for them. But I guess that may be only an excuse. We know that people jump around more now from career to career than they used to. And so the experience they gain in an EM setting can certainly benefit them in another setting. And we can sell that. We have to figure out how we sell what we've got to offer right now. And we have an incredible array of experiences and opportunity to offer the rising generation as they come in, even if it is only for a career of a short duration compared to what yesteryear offered. And that's the other thing I think that we need to do. We need to remove ourselves from the traditional mindset that we've carried and not think of this problem and wring our hands like a bunch of old people thinking, what's happening to all these young people not conforming to the way that we set our goals and mapped out careers. And so I think that if we open the box a little bit, take off the lid, maybe tear down the sides of it, we'll be able to see this as not so much of a challenge that's negative, but more as a challenge that's really positive and exciting. And that the rising generation can bring new insights, new opportunities, new solutions that won't hamper the progress. Might change it a bit, but it's not going to hamper it. As long as we've got goals and governments that fund our progress, we're going to work on, or be able to work on these goals. Now, I know, Kristen, I'm taking too long, but I have a couple other really quick points that won't come up in the questions.
Okay.
But one is that we know that for some young people, purpose matters. And there is no purpose like the one that we have. Today, or this week, we've wrapped justice into it. We've wrapped sustainability into it. This is just purpose-driven. And so that's an incredible advantage as well. So again, we don't need to frame this as a negative. I guess the last thing I want to mention, let me take a drink. Diet Coke. And that is, does end-state contracting allow for this new era of workforce attraction and development that we find ourselves in? Are people in this model respected as a resource and treated, I guess, as human beings, human capital, as Marty said a couple days ago, or are they just the autotrons, I don't know what the word is, but automatrons that are assigned to task orders? I know that when you take the phrase task and order apart, neither one of those is very appealing or motivating to me. I don't want to be ordered and I don't want to be tasked. I want to creatively approach whatever I'm going to do. And so I'm hoping that even though end-state contracting is really organized and these task orders make a lot of sense, if we have to, before we even get started with the conversation, change the nomenclature around just to make it palatable to individuals and make them feel respected, we may need to change that nomenclature around before we put pen to paper and maybe not call them task orders. But anyway, we just need to be really careful that our model fits the workforce that we find ourselves with. And I know the model has been successful in the past in other settings, that DOD, not DOE settings. And so there's certainly potential there for it to be very successful for us. We just need to make sure that it fits the workforce that we have and be willing to make adjustments or tweaks as needed so that it continues to respect people. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to the questions.
Well, there's so many different ways we could pivot to from all of this intro, so it is a challenge, but I will start with a logical question about the pandemic, since everyone's talking about the pandemic, and telework and how we're going to be adapting moving forward in the workforce. I think it would be helpful to hear some perspectives here on what we've learned to date in telework. Obviously, EM is a very mission-oriented, the mission is not really conducive to cubicles for 100% of the jobs. Again, talking about recruiting a younger workforce that will probably leave this pandemic with different expectations about what their job experience should look like than what they started with before we had the pandemic. So I wanted to kind of have a discussion around the table about, what we expect telework will look like once we're out of the pandemic, how that is part of your planning in contractor space or in federal workforce space. Where do we see it going now? What lessons have we learned that have been really helpful? So does anyone want to kick it off?
Hey, sure, I'll jump in there.
Dennis is jumping in.
Okay, so, I think our situation is probably very similar to everyone. The pandemic hit and we immediately moved toward a telework posture with obviously the maximum amount that we could in our workforce. And today we remain at max telework, but obviously we do have, like you said, we have a lot of ongoing operations. So we're about 30% telework right now. And so where's that 30%? It's, it's more in the, I'd say, like the engineering arm where we look at, some of the control system, ladder logic type programming. It's in all of our administrative functions. And I think really what have we learned? And I guess for me, I'm part of the old guard like everybody else. Every morning for the last 40 years, I've got up and went into the bomb factory. What I've learned, I think, is telework can work. Telework, I have to admit that the efficiency of telework in many situations has worked, and it can be a vibrant part of our go-forward position. I believe it will be a very important aspect of attracting and retaining, certainly in certain critical skills areas where we're going to have to be flexible, trying to get those IT cyber guys in, and retain them, trying to get fire protection engineers in, criticality engineers. There are certain functions where, let's face it, there's a fixed universe out there, and those people are going to want to stay where they want to stay, and we're going to have to find a way of engage them. So telework might be I think we've learned that telework can be a good, very vibrant part. In fact, we've put together internally now a new go forward post-pandemic telework procedure that we're going to be advancing over to Mike here, and we're all going to sit down and hopefully work through it and help commission a long-term telework position that I think I see going into future as being a very vibrant part. So I guess the bottom line, I think it's proved it worked. There's obviously there's limits to it. There's got to be somebody turning the wrench, and there's got to be a supervisor, and there's got to be systems engineers, and there's got to be others that are at the site. But there's also that support group that can be productive, and we can set up systems to monitor and ensure effective and efficient performance. So I'm on board with it.
Thanks, Dennis. Kim?
I would say for our challenges on recruiting, one thing we did was work with the local community colleges and set up boot camps and apprentice programs to get some nuclear operators, waste operators, and those folks to come in and help augment our workforce. So we work closely with University of New Mexico, Los Alamos, Northern New Mexico College to establish those programs. And yesterday, one of the panels, Michael Lemke talked about our parent company, Huntington Ingalls, bringing in what we call are the Shipyard 100 folks. It's actually over 100 people that they hire into Newport News, and they work on the waterfront for a couple years, and then those people can be made available to the site. So we have a couple of programs like that where we can battle the recruit part and also an intern program, and we love our interns. I think the pedigree of the people coming in right now are, I mean, they're great, and we try and move on them and try and get them to commit before they go out into the big world. To the telework piece, we're in a similar situation as Dennis. We were facing COVID. We sent people off to telework immediately for approximately 2 months in New Mexico because the state has a very conservative stance on coronavirus. So we pretty much set up our people to telework immediately. And we also worked through some training programs for the people, like, okay, we're all not gonna sit home and eat bonbons. If you're typically someone who is boots on the ground, let's go refresh on our training. But on the telework, we definitely refreshed our policy, and it's tracking very well with where the department is looking at telework. And so those are certainly some of the tools we have in our toolbox to get through this current situation. Hopefully at some point COVID will be beyond us and we still will maintain a cadre of people teleworking, like the IT, cyber folks, some of our human resources, some of the business folks. And then we also have a category where people, if they're more in a support role, they can come in if they need to do walk downs or what we call MOVs, they can do that, and they can go home and write up their report and follow up with some of their work. So we definitely see telework staying with us at about a 35% to 40% for those folks. And we do fear that people will look for those teleworking jobs because they're ubiquitous right now. And so they say, hey, you know, so-and-so doesn't have to come to work. And well, that's where we stick to our job descriptions and say, we need you to come in for these, you know, for these things. And that's what the program is. But we do think that there will be a set of people who go seek telework because it just became the norm for the last year and a half.
Mary?
Yeah. Wow. Speaking of pivoting, there's so many ways I want to pivot on that, but I'll talk about the federal government side. Just let me just be a bureaucrat for a minute and remind everybody of where we're headed with our workforce of the future in the government. We've been analyzing all of our positions throughout government and in EM specifically. We put them into 3 categories: site critical, site flexible, site optional. This is all driven by the White House and OMB and OPM. And we are, I think one of the greatest challenges I see is consistency and standardization across the government. I was never a fan of telework. I never teleworked in my life until a year and a half ago. But we don't have a choice. So whether or not we like it or not, we're doing it. We are going to be teleworking. We are going to be offering more flexibility. I have found it to be tremendously successful. I had a really hard time this morning figuring out, you know, what clothes were going to fit and what route I was going to take and putting makeup on my face to actually drive in here today. But it was so great to see people. And I think that while I think telework and increased flexibility in the virtual environment is great for the workforce and work-life balance, nothing beats relationships. And with the kind of work that we do, we are so dependent on those relationships and trust, and you can only get so much of that virtually. So I think we have to find a way to do both and be fair and consistent. Just a couple other quick challenges I was noting, again, government-wide, is, you know, standardization in pay. So depending on where people are working, you know, in the government, there's a locality pay associated with your job and where you're located. We've got to get that sorted out. We've got to sort out how we continue to support our local communities and not, allow people to come out of our local communities that aren't our most desirable places to be. That's a big part of EM, is supporting the community. And then just the getting up with the times. IT's been mentioned several times. So how can we get better at teleworking and sharing information with more standardized types of IT and cyber protections? So while I think it's great, I think we've been successful, I know we're going to do more of it, but there are some challenges, and I'm really, really hoping that we can work together on moving forward so we aren't unnecessarily competing with one another for our limited workforce.
So in a room full of scientifically leaning, people, I am sometimes clash with you because I'm a social scientist, not a hard scientist, right? But I did hear some good social science research presented on the radio last week. There's a program out there called Hidden Brain. Maybe some of you have listened to it on NPR. And this last Saturday, they covered, from a scientific sort of perspective, the latest and greatest, data on social science, or that social science research can bring to bear on working from home. And they reached a few conclusions that I think are interesting. One is that not everybody is cut out for teleworking or at-home work. Those who are cut out for it, you see gains in productivity. Those who are not cut out for it, you see losses. But whether you're cut out for it or not is not whether or not you're willing or excited about it. There were some in their research that were excited about it and found that they weren't suited for it and changed their mind later. There were some who were not excited about it but found that they were suited for it. So there is sort of a shaking out that you probably will need to do before you can't just randomly assign folks or projects or programs to just be at home. You may want to suss out who's good at this, who does produce when they're working from home, who's not distracted. I know that I would be one who would be very distracted by television, laundry, kids, all of that stuff. So some people, however, do much better at home and they're happier. So there needs to be that moment where that process by which you figure out who's good at this. But I'll be quiet about telling you how to do that and say that this is exactly where a local community comes into play. If your local community doesn't have decent fiber, or doesn't have decent broadband, this falls apart. If you don't have adequate housing for everybody who wants to work from home, this falls apart. And so paying attention to those kinds of issues, giving, again, that full-throated support when your community is trying to do something, trying to bring in perhaps those infrastructure dollars that they have to pry out of the hands of the state legislature and say, we need this money to bring broadband to bear here. A contractor's voice can make or break that decision, just like that. So be aware of what you need, and then find out what your community is offering, and then be prepared to lend support to what your community is trying to achieve when it comes to housing and broadband.
Thank you. So again, it's challenging to pivot when we cover 20 topics with every question. But I think it's a unique observation too, when you talked about the social sciences versus the hard sciences. And really in the EM program, I think some of our challenge is it's not one size fits all. And Kim's hiring a number of different types of employees, you're hiring a number of different employees. And, for the younger workforce, I've heard it mentioned a couple times this week, cleaning up nuclear waste. People aren't going to school in middle school thinking, I'm gonna grow up and clean up nuclear waste. So some of it's messaging, and I know Todd Schrader has talked several times about, well, if you went to engineering school, wouldn't you want to work on the waste treatment plant? Isn't that like Christmas? The challenges there, the opportunities there to tackle these problems. And so I do think it gets a little complicated trying to message, what we need for each mission and how we're, recruiting the next generation. Also, the Biden administration, you heard yesterday, if you were in the Energy Justice panel, lots of new direction and goals related to building a diverse and inclusive workforce. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that and maybe some successes you've seen in your local communities, of, educating about this program to the next generation. I know, Mary, we're in the process of expanding our minority serving institution program in EM, and part of our 22 budget request includes an increase there, and so that's another pipeline we're looking at. So I just wanted to kind of get some sharing of maybe some successes with the next generation that you all have seen in your communities, and maybe talk, what we think is going to be successful moving forward there. Maybe, since I just mentioned MSI, do you want to briefly
Yes,
mention that, Mary?
Well, I want to key in on one thing that you said about communication. And, do kids want to grow up and dispose of nuclear waste? And I have a lot of kids, and most of them are adults now, but they still say, what do you do again? We have to figure out a way to make our job sound sexier and more plain English. And I know it might be sexy to an engineer, but that we need a lot more than engineers. So that's just maybe that can be a panel for a different day, but how to make your job sound sexy. That everybody would come to that.
I'll just pop in real quick. I was trying to explain to my daughter's friend about my job, and explaining that, there's waste and it's a special kind of waste. And her takeaway from the conversation was, well, why do you wear such nice clothes if your job is to work with trash? So.
Yeah, I mean, and then maybe we should invite some of our students to sit on a panel with us too. I mean, we have been really successful with our students, with the minority serving institutions, as Kristen said. We get some great interns from those programs. I mean, I was just blown away by the presentations they did this summer. And so we get to the institution, we fund the institution, we support the student. How do we keep the student once we get them trained? And that's really such a huge thing. And I think that the most important part of your job is who your boss is, who your supervisor is, the person that you're working with every day. So really mentoring, focusing on our middle managers that are going to be bringing in the younger generation and keeping them, figuring out how to keep them and engaging them. I mean, we're not a young panel up here. Even Kristen, you're probably the youngest. You're not young, but I mean, we got to get them involved in these conversations so they can tell us what we need to do. We need to do more listening.
This side of the table?
Few points. Obviously, I agree with everything that Mary just said. At the site, first off, this mission, I'm an engineer. I've been in it for 40 years. It's still exciting to me. It's an exciting mission. Now, I know that there's been studies over the years as to what motivates and what retains that next generation. I know McKinsey did quite a few of them in 2017, 2015. They did studies, and one of the number one things that was pointed out was that they wanted to be part of a mission and a company that has a social conscience. Now, if you were going to find any mission in the United States that has social conscience, this is it. All right. So, and all of us in this room have dedicated our career to that. And I think that perhaps we don't have the right messaging, but we do have the right mission, and we do have a social conscious mission. And I think it would appeal to that next generation. And I think sites like Savannah River, where I'm at, we are successful in recruiting that generation. I just got done mentioning that, we're 65% of our workforce is now 5 years or less in the nuclear, in the nuclear operations field or area and at that site, which is pretty significant. So you got to go back. What attracted them? I think it attracted the mission. It's also creating a compelling workplace to be in, and all of us have to reflect back to when we were young going into these sites. What was there that was present that kept us there? It was the excitement of the mission, but there was the social aspect of it. We need to get back to it. A lot of us got away from the employee activity associations that brought us together with the softball teams and the basketball teams, all the teams that I played on through the years in the industrial leagues. All that's almost evaporated from these sites. What's going to attract them is they want that type of bonding. They want to what keeps them there is to bond them together. So we need to also take a look at ourselves and say, what excited us? And let's try to recreate that for this next generation. And then we need to listen to the studies like McKinsey did and what retains them. and what type of benefits. We looked at our traditional benefits and we keep bringing them through. Well, we need to step back. What's important to them? And there's been studies on that. Things like repayment of educational loans. That's, if you looked at the McKinsey, that's the #1 item on their list, is to find a way of creating a benefit that helps repay those loans. It was the #1 item that was identified. And how many of us have any program set up to help look at, repayment of those loans? 401k, we have that. That box is checked. I think we do pretty well, in some of the insurance aspects. So we need to listen and I think create that compelling workforce for them from many different aspects to help retain.
Dennis, when I started at Savannah River, it was like a cross-hatched little circle on the map that said Savannah River Plant, and for some reason I showed up there, and that was over 30 years ago, so that, I don't know what motivated me to do that at that particular point in time, but it is a great mission. And we are finding success in talking to some of the junior folks about cleaning up the environment, right? Northern New Mexico, it's very beautiful. It's a very diverse state. So our diversity efforts are, we just, put out the requisitions and what have you, but they want to clean up the environment. That resonates with them. So we are going to continue to pursue that. We do an employee spotlight where we highlight, oh, this is so-and-so, they work in True Waste, and they talk about some of their interests, but 100% of them say that they want to clean up the environment. If they have New Mexico roots, they want to keep the area clean for their children and family. So that is working for us. One of the activities I did with Triad, they hosted a physics camp, and it was young women, and they were all from around the surrounding counties of Los Alamos. And they had all these lab speakers and all kinds of physics and all this other stuff. But I got them going on cleaning up the environment, these young kids. Now, I wasn't getting into transuranics and some of these other deep dive topics, but they all could resonate with that. So we will keep trying to do that and find those people who are wanting that common goal. Another thing Joe Laguerre and I have talked about is our next phase will be maybe trying to work on maybe some of the Navy nuclear people, get people coming right off the boat and get them to New Mexico, because we have the same discipline ops and nuclear operations at N3B, so that might be a good pipeline there. And then maybe working more with HBCUs or MSIs outside of our region to just continue to work on that diversity.
That's a great point.
Kristen, there are just two thoughts that come off of this, that key off of one, that what Dennis mentioned. The repayment of student loans may, in fact, indirectly bring you into contact with that more diverse set of students. We still live in a society where a great many of those who are economically forced to rely on their student loans might be coming from that minority background. And so actually majority at this point background. But anyway, it is, I think, something worth considering. And then just something going off of something that Mary said, where is our student scholarship and our student base? We've got empty tables in front of the room where students could be learning, and we don't have them here because the National Cleanup Workshops never thought of itself as part of the solution. But in fact, we could be developing programs. Waste management has that, right, where the students are brought in. We probably need to throw that into everything we do, and we can get to Sarah and Dylan working on helping us to brainstorm about how we can create a youth or a young person component to this meeting.
Sure.
Thanks.
In seeing the EM complex, I think once we've sufficiently hooked them in and kept them in the workforce, we do kind of see some movement around in the sites as well. And you were joking about polo and skiing, and and all of those things. And I know some of the communities and the community reuse organizations are thinking holistically about building a community where workers want to be and what that looks like for each of the communities. And those kind of conversations have to happen among the local communities and the contractors. So I wanted to maybe explore that a little further. When you were talking a couple of minutes ago, I was thinking, I remember a few years ago, there was a proposal about getting a Starbucks inside the fence of Savannah River site, because that was what the young people were
They love their coffee.
and a dry cleaner next to a Starbucks, you know, and just to make the day a little easier, and thinking about, you know.
Yeah, as far as retention. Did I mention that it's 72 degrees in Aiken, South Carolina, the blue skies, as far as retention? No, I think you bring up quite a few good points there. You know, obviously the Starbucks, that's a really good idea. I think all of us would love that. In fact, right now we're working on an initiative to get the daycare, you know, and right outside our fence, because let's face it, the reality is we've got a lot of new young folks and a lot of young kids now. So whereas that wasn't the situation 5 years ago. So it's a whole play. So we're proud of a lot of things we've done at the site, and it's all been associated with working with the community. We've engaged very significantly with the local colleges and universities, put together programs, especially the HBCUs. We worked with each one of those. We've, I think, put together a very robust intern program that I'm pretty proud of. Typically between 140 and 150 interns per year. I mean, what a better way to introduce somebody to the mission. That's how I got into the mission. I was an intern, not at this site, but we've been very successful at being able to bring in interns, get them interested in our mission, and then retain them. And we've cut down the barriers and what it took to be able to offer jobs, almost job offer on spot to a successful intern. So cut through those corners, get them before they get out of school, get them on the site, have them meet somebody, get married, and they stay for 30 years. So that's our plan. That's our plan to move down, checking those boxes. So it happened to me. So, but there's other things too. Right now we're engaged in a very significant apprenticeship program, which we're very proud of. Right now we have about 20 DOL registered occupations as far as apprenticeship occupations, and we've just passed 135. We've got 137 now approved apprentices engaged, and so we've engaged with and looked at each one of the individual high schools, vocational schools around our region, both Georgia and South Carolina, engaged with them as to what specialty they have, what program could we set up with them, and how could they create a pipeline to our site? Because it has to start, as everybody knows, it's got to start in high school. They got to get interested in the fundamentals. And so we're looking very strong. We feel that apprenticeship program is going to be the key. And we've already been successful in that program with operations folks, operators, actually, high hazard operators, glove box operators. And we've got our second group now moving through that program now, again, which is really important. And, we've got programs set up, with IT cyber side of it, programs, just across the board. We've set up degree programs for fire protection engineers. I mentioned that's one of the critical skills. It's going to take each of us to go out there, and we've got to develop our own. You can't rely on the complex. We have to go develop our own. So we got to develop red tech programs. We have to develop fire protection engineering. We've got to get people through nuclear engineering so we can have a sufficient bank of criticality engineers. We got to take it on ourselves, and we got to do it. And so that's where we're going. We are building our own from within. And so, I'm looking forward that these programs they are successful, and I see them as being the key to the future for us.
I'm gonna write down establish a match.com for people coming to Los Alamos to get them to stay 30 years, so.
72 degrees.
We do have, we have skiing, which is very popular in northern New Mexico. And by the way, Dennis, I think some of your people have been calling my people.
Wait a minute.
Under oath now? I'm kidding. We do have issues with 5G and housing. As I mentioned at the beginning of the program with the laboratory hiring. And we also have Sandia National Lab in Albuquerque, which is about 90 miles away. So 2 giant NNSA missions right there within our commuting area. And the housing market, probably like many areas, is booming right now. And the way Los Alamos is situated, the housing is pretty limited up on the hilltop, and also in Santa Fe, it's very tight. So while we are, actively working our strategies to bring people in, then there's these other issues like, okay, where are they going to live now? And that's where we need to continue working with Los Alamos County and Santa Fe officials to see where the housing developments are going up and where suitable housing will be available. 5G has been an issue. I think the governor has plans to improve that, as well as the current administration, but that is definitely an issue as you travel about in northern New Mexico. But we will continue to work on that.
I'm not sure I agree with Dennis that we can wait till high school. I think we need to start a little younger than that. Mayor, sitting in Idaho Falls in one of, the 2021 version of a company town, with the DOE facility nearby, wanted to get your perspectives on maybe some of younger than high school, and if, how you're incorporating STEM and other earlier measures than high school in Idaho Falls. And I think we have some successful elementary and high school programs as well that are happening throughout the complex.
Because the city doesn't manage schools districts are separate. I'm not intimately involved in some of the educational thrusts, but I will say that we do have in our community, a STEM certified elementary school. We have a pretty robust offerings in the high schools that allow students to specialize a little bit. And we also have a lot of students in high school who were able to tap into the community college offerings. We didn't have a community college until 2017 when the voters passed that. That was something that was a huge agenda or to-do item when I was elected. And it took a little bit of strategizing, but we were able to get that passed and brought to a ballot, passed. And it's they've been a success, from year one in terms of what they've been able to do and how quickly leadership at the community college has been able to tap into the needs of all of our contractors and our various missions. They're right now putting, I think, a lot of energy into cyber, which that is one of INL's missions, and but it has spillover effect everywhere. Everywhere they turn, there is an interest there. So that's been a smart move on the part of the community college. I will say that we are working hard to sort of create that integrated conversation, K to career instead of K-12 or whatever, the latest iteration is. And we talk a lot about creating a track for students and for young people that allows them to exit education, take on a job experience, and then enter. So the on-ramps and off-ramps, making those on-ramps and off-ramps for education, higher education, a little more seamless, so that once, say, someone does choose not to go on to university, and then instead they go into a job that they can get trained for in a relatively short amount of time. So they go and then they realize, okay, I like working out here and being a part of this workforce, but I want that job. Well, that job requires training, so we want to be able to make it relatively simple for them to go, jump right into a training program or additional seeking, make it easy for them to seek that additional education and credentialing. And so that is part of our ongoing dialogue that we're having across not just EM, but across our entire set of contractors and missions that we have there. So I don't know if that hits what you're thinking, but I can't be more specific because I don't run the programs. But.
Thank you. Mary, we haven't heard from anything on this one, or I can come up with another question for us.
I honestly forgot what the question was, but I'm gonna just tell you what I was thinking about.
Younger than high school.
Yes, okay. Right. I think for the government, we talked about our student programs, getting them in. We do repay student loans. In fact, we've increased our pool for incentives this year, so we can use our incentive pool to entice folks to come on board with us by paying back their loan or other types of incentives. And then the trick is, kind of that commitment contract, if you do pay off the loan, asking them to stay for a few years. I think we have to accept that the younger generation isn't like some of, our baby boomer generation, where you go to a job and you stay there for 30 years and you retire and you get your watch. They're mobile, they move around, they take a new job every few years. So we have to adapt to that and be more strategic in how we're bringing folks on board and how we are planning for succession. And that's a big thing that we're focusing on in EM right now, because such a large part of our workforce is eligible to retire. But I think that I'm just listening to the conversation, thinking about, I think working together on this, allowing our contractors and our communities to help us in the federal government, and just thinking about how we together need to hire folks and keep them on board. I'm really glad to say that I'm glad that we have a panel on workforce, because for the longest time, I've been in this field a long time, and we were talking about our technical programs, and oh, by the way, we can't do anything without our workforce. And now we seem to be talking about our workforce first, because we really have to. So I'm so glad that we're focusing on this first and foremost.
Well, thank you. I think we're approaching the end of our time, so I think I'll throw out our last question to talk about succession planning, and we have discussed it a little bit. Some of it is pandemic related, some of it is generational, as we've talked about, but with the mission specific, very technical, you gotta live it, boots on the ground, to do kind of that knowledge transfer and that transition for the people who have been in the workforce for under 5 years. What have you found that's working well there, and how can we all benefit from that going into the next couple of years when we're expecting to see some more retirement?
Yes, I can go first. So to me, there's really, I guess, two parts of that. It's laying out and having a disciplined, structured succession planning process. I mean, I think, given the situation I described when I first started my opening comments, it behooves all of us. We've got to have a robust, structured, disciplined process for succession. We've got to know who those candidates are, and we got to get them ready. And so I think all of us are doing it. On the other side, things aren't going to go just the way we want. People aren't going to leave when you want them to leave. That's my experience. And so we've got to be prepared for the for the unexpected as far as skills and knowledge retention. It's a critical issue. Like I said, the length and service of our workforce is significantly decreased. The employees that we've lost over the last 5 years, the average years of service is 22. So you can imagine the amount of knowledge that's walking out the door. So we've got to come up with the approaches to preserve and transfer that knowledge, even for those that unexpectedly leave the workforce. And so that's the challenge. And I think that we've stepped forward with a new learning management system. We've now moved toward a very visual-based training approach, YouTube-based training. We've actually now started identifying those critical operational activities that are very knowledge-centric, that require years of training, to actually have those senior mechanics, those senior operators on video walk through how they're going to go about balancing that one-of-a-kind pump, how they go about dealing with some of the hydraulic controls that no one else in the world has, because they're 70-year-old technology, and it's not being trained in the being trained in the craft schools. So, the bottom line here is I think we've got to have the structured plan, but we've also got to be behind it being realistic that, things aren't going to go the way we want, and we've got to have an approach for retaining, and we've got to put together that nimble, that type of a system that allows us to go out and identify and retain that knowledge through some mechanism, either bringing people on early to transfer the knowledge or retaining it on media like video.
Our attrition right now is nearing 15%. We are succession planning as well, several positions deep into the organization, and we will continue to work that pretty hard. We've looked at our pay structures and bonuses, those type of issues, and we've also enhanced our LMS system as well. So it is, they don't leave when you think they are going to, and that's a problem, but we have tools to help us navigate through that. But it is an issue.
Well, I think I'm on. There we go. I think that, sorry, I'm thinking so many thoughts, but I have a friend who I was discussing this panel with, and he used to do training on the EM side before he retired, and he was saying that we may just want to take a moment and take a deep breath and recognize that this may be one of those times when we can, to a certain extent, lean into the marketplace. And by that, he meant that we'll start to see probably more and more subcontractors coming in and offering solutions. Mm-hmm. And the idea is that the model for subcontracting is already pretty well established, and it's probably going to become more important because it lends itself to flexibility. And what happens is that it saves the employer, right? The cost of management, human resources, all that energy over benefits and all of that stuff can be outsourced, and money can be saved because you're not having to have that component to such a large extent within, the employer's organization. And when you outsource it, the money that can be saved then can be put into salary. And so, or the contract itself, which then can result in higher salary. So you may end up seeing the marketplace bring, I guess, more senior and experienced individuals back into service, because they'll have the flexibility of being a subcontractor. They will have all of the knowledge of a career behind them, and they'll be able to help to mentor and recruit within the subcontracting world. So it's certainly a thought to think about, and one that may end up taking care of itself if we allow it to, by not just stubbornly saying, no, we've got to hire X number of people. So there's the thought there.
Okay. Well, I think I should probably wrap up before Marty comes and gives us the hook, but I do want to thank all of the panelists for the very dynamic conversation, and thanks for your attention.
Good morning. This will be our last session before lunch, so we'll probably cut it just a little short. I was sitting here the last couple of days and started making some notes and some general comments. I don't know whether you can attribute these to anyone, but one of them was the general public does not understand. It's too early in the process to determine. And we should not assume that the folks, the local folks, anyone understands the regulatory agencies. And it is an obligation to try to facilitate that. Ken Ruger had one we've used often down in Roane County that says, be investment worthy. And I think those are a couple of quotes that, and one I wanted to start off with from at least the Energy Community Alliance. Again, I'm Ron Woody. I'm the past chair, was chair for like 4 years. I was elected in my position in 2010, and I'll be not running this time, so it'll be 38 years of service. So I'm here for a job interview since the last organization was talking about workforce. Everybody needs a workforce, but we all, as you can see, are graying out. It was kind of important, though, that, and again, it was said earlier this morning, that the general public doesn't understand, and your elected officials, I'm just pleading with you, is we don't understand either. We do jobs that you all could easily do, but we do not understand science. We don't understand the laws of the area. And I think Laura would do a great job down in Oak Ridge keeping us informed. And we need to continue to work on it. We're glad to have our field managers at DOE here, Laura Wilkinson at Oak Ridge. I'm not going to go through a lengthy detail of what they do other than say all these are field managers in some capacity, a lot of years of experience, and have transitioned in and out of each other's sites. Joel, so Laura's at Oak Ridge, Joel Bradburn at the Portsmouth Paducah office, Michael Michaelanus. I tried that so many times to do it. What they say down in the South is we can pronounce a word 2 or 3 different ways, and it may mean some different things. So I'm going to use everybody's first name, but Michael, thank you. He's at the Los Alamos office. Jack Zimmerman. Jack, you're back on stage again. This is not your first rodeo. He is the director of the Environmental Management Consolidated Business Center, and that is in Cincinnati, correct? Yes. Reinhardt Knurr, is that close enough? Perfect. He is the site manager at Carlsbad Field Office, and Michael Bundy. Right.
Budney.
Budney, okay.
Polish.
So at the Savannah River site. So we appreciate you all being with us today. I'll start off with a few questions here, and I'm going to sit down and just throw it to all of you all. A lot of these questions have been asked by other folks and panels, but we have not heard from the field managers. So what word is spelled incorrectly in every dictionary? See, I tripped y'all up, didn't you? It's incorrectly. It's spelled wrong in the same way in every dictionary. What lessons from childhood has stuck with you the most? I say, I've tripped y'all up. See, that's how we feel as elected officials when y'all talk sometimes. What challenges in your life has defined you the most? Okay, so let's get to why we're here. It has been a challenging and unprecedented time across the complex during this global pandemic. But one of the bright spots has been the collaboration between DOE and its industrial partners to make tangible progress towards each site's mission. And I love this question because the question is, what would you highlight as the most significant achievement? Mike, we're going to let you start off. What was the most significant achievement at your site? Brag about yourself.
We are fortunate that we were able to accomplish a lot of our original objectives, all of our performance-based incentives, objectives that we had throughout the pandemic. We were able to achieve those. We got the salt waste processing facility up. I'm absolutely delighted that we awarded the integrated mission completion contract. I often tell people that this would be a dream job if all I had to worry about was the 35 million gallons of radioactive liquid waste in the carbon steel tanks in the water column. But we have so many other things we have to do. But I tell you, the thing we're most proud of is the teamwork between our contract partners and DOE and the other federal agencies that are at the site. We've all come together and pulled together and used our collective capability to figure out how to work through the pandemic so we could achieve all those other individual objectives. If we hadn't done that, we would have not have been successful in achieving our mission objectives. And we were met with a number of unusual challenges, of course, during the pandemic that we didn't anticipate. And we were able to overcome them. The most shocking of which, of course, was that they closed the Starbucks cafe in the building that I was in. But don't worry, I found a good thermos. I was able to keep 24 ounces of coffee hot through most of the day, making it at home. Yeah, it was that teamwork and led by our management operations contractor, standing up our infectious disease response team to coordinate among all the contractors about how we would execute all the objectives that we had. You know, we met with some things that we didn't quite plan on. For example, we decided, I think in June of 2020, that we were going to have to require everybody to wear a mask on site because we saw the cases going up in the community. Well, when you put that mandate in place and you kind of think, yeah, one size fits all, you know, if you're inside a building, you got to wear a mask, keep everybody safe. There we go. Okay, let's all go there. And you're trying to turn the entire organization to do that. So you got to put out a mandate that does that. But it doesn't work that way because you still have all these things that you're trying to get done that may not fit within that. And so, you know, for example, we have a lot of construction craft who worked in tents at the time that they were doing operations with their hands around operating machinery like grinders or welders or cutters. And then we just told them they all got to wear a mask, and then but they still got to wear their safety glasses. And there might be 72 degrees in Aiken today, but it's not usually that in August. And so they can't see because their glasses are fogging up. And there's no way for management at my level and the president's level to determine what are all the instances that are going to occur throughout this complex with all this different stuff we do, where we got to relax those rules. And you can't devolve that requirement all the way down to each individual worker to relax those rules because you might not get what you were hoping for in that case. So how do you make sure you got enough thought going into that process, and how do we do that, and how do we delegate down to managers and ensure that the managers are making the right decision about safety and what's the most imminent hazard to their people and doing it right. And so those were kind of the things that we worked out at the high management levels, how we were going to delegate that down, what the requirement was going to be for the first line supervisors if they had to relax the rules, how they were going to do that, how were they going to control it, how they get back into the rules we had. Because we had facilities we had to keep operating. You don't shut down the tritium operation. NSA had to keep that going. And we all got operated by the same rules. So those are some of the things we had to figure out. And so I'm really proud of the way everybody pulled together, and we sorted it out day to day and kept going and kept our people safe.
Ron.
Yeah, so with a couple different things. I think, you know, first and foremost, we were able to continue shipments throughout the entire period of the pandemic. We're averaging about 5 per week, which was a reduction over what our pre-pandemic targets were. The nice thing is that as we continue to move through the pandemic, our reliability and sustainability for those shipments increased. A lot of the same challenges that Mike was talking about, we definitely recognized. I think it's important to reflect that the workforce, we couldn't have done this without them. Their commitment to making sure the work got done was done safely and compliantly was instrumental in our being able to maintain that. They took the challenge on. Certainly, you know, there were discussions and issues with regard to, you know, why are some people working at home, or why are some people at home and they're not, you know, actually turning a wrench anymore. But they were able to get past that and stay focused on the mission. So, very proud of that. I think also our contractor was able to make some very significant strides with regard to our new ventilation system. We talked about that session yesterday, where the safety significant confinement ventilation system, SSCVS, was really making strides. We've got slabs poured, walls going up. The new subcontractor is executing work very deliberately, and getting that to occur in the pandemic arena has been very challenging, and so that was a very positive for us. And then with regard to the federal staff, interestingly, we've been very challenged. We've had a number of folks who've been retiring, very senior people within the Carlsbad field office, and we've been bringing new folks on. So we've actually, 40% of our staff today has been with WIP less than 2 years. And as you can imagine, we've been onboarding quite a number of people, doing that virtually. For a long time, there was a prohibition on relocating people. So as we're hiring project managers, facility reps, they're located in New York and Texas, and expected to understand what we do, how to execute their jobs, etc. And so building those protocols for virtual onboarding, establishing training protocols so that we can get those new hires to kind of come into the fold and understand the culture of our field office has been very important for us. So I've been very excited that we've been successful in being able to keep those people coming in and actually retaining most of them as part of that. We had a couple that unfortunately they opted for greener pastures because they got frustrated with some of the delays in relocating, but we have to make sure we're staying protective of our employees. So.
Thank you. What are some of the accomplishments that took place in Oak Ridge?
So I'm going to go back to October 2020, which is a little bit over a year ago. And without question, the completion of Vision 2020, which was an ambitious goal that we established for Oak Ridge, and our cleanup program was our biggest accomplishment. And that happened at the height of the pandemic. And of course, it wouldn't have been possible without the dedication of our workforce, both federal and contractors, and with the partnerships that we have been able to establish with the community and with all the other stakeholders, including the workers and the labor unions. So after that, we moved our ETTP workforce to ORNL and Y12. And within a year, we were able to complete another significant milestone, which was the demolition of the biology complex at Y12 that we have mentioned before, that will open up land for use by NNSA. We also awarded the follow-on cleanup contract for the Oak Ridge Reservation. And again, the partnerships that we have established and we have worked so hard to build are going to be critical for our success as we continue to ramp up the cleanup at Y12 and ORNL.
Jack?
All right. Now, I do want to make a point here for the CBC, for folks that don't realize it. We have line management authority and for 9 different sites. Generally, they're smaller sites or sites near enclosure. So we have, quite a broad reach. Each of those is probably less than $100 million in annual budget. But so I've got more than one thing that I'd like to really emphasize as far as the accomplishments. And you probably heard some of it already, actually, because the Deputy Secretary and Ike both mentioned some of the accomplishments in their presentations and briefings. So even though we're dealing with some of the smaller sites, we're not dealing with smaller problems. We have plenty of those to go around. And we also deal with, pretty significant accomplishments dealing with, both for EM and the department. But I am overall most proud of the fact that we were able, during the pandemic, to be able to institute the proper controls to maintain progress and do so in a safe manner, and continue progress at all those sites. So a few of the things we hit on, and you've probably heard about, but really E-Tech site finished the demolition of the last DOE-owned building this year. And at Brookhaven, made a significant skyline change there and demolished the last stack, about a 280-foot tall stack was demolished and completed this year. And we just submitted the closeout report for that project to the EPA. At Moab, most significantly, Moab is probably the only site I'm aware of, or at least in EM, if not the department, that continued operations throughout the entire pandemic. It didn't actually have to go to pause operations. Part of that's just the nature of the work that Moab has, with most of that work being outdoors, conducted by, large or heavy equipment, so it's a little bit remote. But it also had its most productive period this year since the ARA days. But during the ARA days, they had multiple shifts going. So they actually have increased productivity during this period and maintained progress and hit their 12 million ton disposition this year. In Nevada, they continued to accept waste throughout the pandemic, as well as implemented improvements really in the certification process and in the audits that they conduct across the country, and found ways to do that safely in a combination of remote and in-person. And the other thing Nevada also did this year is transition to an end-state contract model and issued 2 of the first task orders under the end-state. So a lot of accomplishments and activities there. Berkeley is one of our sites, but the Old Town Building 7 demolition was completed this year. And at Livermore, we completed the Building 175 demolition, as well as began the 280 reactor dismantlement. And in Sandia, which is one of our smaller sites, but just got very good news actually yesterday from Sandia, but we've got a lot of groundwater remediation activities there, actually in 2 areas. But in one area, the regulators has accepted the corrective measures evaluation, which puts us on path to close one of those 2 areas out here in the near future. Again, kind of moving us closer to closure at each one of these sites. So again, overall, just very proud of the progress we've been able to make, working with both the communities, the contractor, and the federal workforce at each of those locations.
Michael?
Your microphone. So I think we were urged earlier in this workshop to consider being investment worthy. So as a brand new manager, minted just 3.5 months ago for EM Los Alamos, I was really pleased, and I'm proud to see that I've inherited an organization that is focused on doing that, reducing costs, accelerating the work, or delivering results for the community. And probably the example I would share that illustrates that is a piece of work that emerged in 2020 when the community was developing a tract of land on what's called Middle DP Road, formerly one of the earliest parts of the operations of the National Lab back in the 40s and 50s, when some unexpected debris was found. And N3B, EMLA, right at the height of the pandemic, when there were a number of other things working, descended on this. This property was very important to the community. There are developers that are looking to use it. There are plans to go. Housing is short on the hill. There's many commercial interests that are needed, and delays in getting that property ready for continued development was very important to the community. And while N3B had a number of performance incentives in processing true, making shipments, the groundwater monitoring, a number of other areas, the team stepped up and took on this additional scope of work. And at the end of the fiscal year, they developed a plan for sampling, making sure that we did a sampling and survey to have 100% confidence of finding a 40 by 80 foot pit that might be out there, and a 95% confidence of finding a 17.5 foot diameter radius circular pit. Completed all that work with no incidents, no upsets, on schedule, under cost, good cost and schedule performance. and kept a very transparent progress with the community, because again, this was very important to the community. There were developers who were looking for it. The county constituents were interested in this, and I'm really proud of the results and a mindset to go deliver results and be investment worthy to the community.
Joel?
Ooh, so that's a good question you're asking. So what have we got done to brag on our sites a little bit? So, you know, the easy bit is to brag on the sites. The harder bit's what you've got done. In the grander scheme, let me tell you about Portsmouth and Paducah. So, you know, proud of what they have done in support of this nation. Communities vested, family environments. Do we fight? Yep. But we all know that we got something to do to, you know, place our sites and position them for the future. My family, I've got 4 brothers, and there were sometimes I didn't know if I was going to see tomorrow. Okay, but I love my brothers dearly, and I do anything for them. Portsmouth and Paducah are the same way. Somebody gets sick, it doesn't take a supervisor to go check on them. Somebody has already tested them, make sure they're okay, provide things in case they need them. And so, you know, it's a family setting, and it's all the things that go with the family, right? We're out for each other. We sometimes fuss and fight. We work through it. We know it's important to ourselves and to our kids and to the future. Now, what have we got done? You know, we're tearing down the buildings at the Portsmouth site. But the goal line is, and everybody sees it, is making a table set for the next thing that comes to the site. Paducah, a little bit behind, but still, it's the same thing. You know, given their druthers, we'd still like to run a gaseous diffusion plant at both sites, right? Not in the cards. But something else is coming. Do we know what that is? Nope. Do we know it'll be good? Yes, we do. And so that's what everybody's focused on at both sides. You know, I can't say it's 70 degrees there every day and sunny, but, you know, you get there and they're not that easy places to find, but they're wonderful places once you're there. And so, you know, I brag on the sites. I could take up the next 36 minutes and 14 seconds, but I'll pass.
Yeah, let's don't do that. Yeah, thank you. So this is a little bit more difficult question, I guess, from your all's perspective. You know, EM's been in operation some 30 years now, and there have been 19 heads of EM1. Once every year and a half, on average, we've had a new leader. GAO has, you know, is looking at that, and they're kind of questioning that leadership structure and its place within DOE. How do you think that the headquarters leadership stability impacts the field operations? And I would say impacts it from internal as you work, and also as people see from the outside in. And Reinhardt, we'll start with you on this one.
Sure. Yeah, from my perspective, and I'm relatively new as a field office manager.
Don't be a weenier.
The ebb and flow of things, DOE complex, last 20, 30 years. Having a stable force, a stable management team in EM, I think very beneficial for the sites. You know, you get to know the individuals that are in the management team. You're not having to constantly re-educate or retrain. You build a track record based on the office's performance, the contractor's performance, and it allows for you to build up long-term strategies and implement them without, sudden shifts or changes in philosophies and contracting styles, approaches. So I think there's some benefit in having a stable senior leadership team. I think we've seen that Ike at the helm for the last several months.
Mike?
Well, I spent almost 30 years in the Navy. Then I was a defense contractor for about 6 years. And I don't think I ever had a boss for more than 2 years during all that time. And I think what that does for you, you learn a lot of things from all those different people. Everybody brings a little new aspect to the job. And I think it's fine. I think it brings us new ideas all the time. If we'd had the same leadership all along, we might not be doing in-state contracting right now, which I think is going to bring great benefits to what we're doing with the liquid waste program down there. So I think that we should expect that. It's the way the government works. It's it's been in the past a appointed position, so it changes with administrations, and I think it's all good to. I like stability, but you look around the federal workforce here, and I'm new to EM. I've been in about 3 years, but a lot of these folks have been in it for whole careers. So the federal workforce, the civilian workforce, provides great stability and helps us bring aboard the new leadership as they come in. And frankly, so I've seen a couple shifts even in the 3 years I've been here, and the effect on our operation overall is that we got to give a couple PowerPoint briefs at the beginning, and then we're off and running again with the new leadership. I think it's great.
Joel, your perspective.
Yeah, I kind of share Mike's there. It's, I think in the grand scheme of things, we maintain continuity. I think, changing it up in the leadership ranks is probably, a good thing for everything. I might add that I'm very happy with what we have right in place now. But, I again, been through a lot of different things, a lot of jobs. I don't see any downside to it, quite frankly.
Michael?
So I don't see this as necessarily just a headquarters question. It's also prevalent in the field. I'll share my first day reporting into Los Alamos. I had an all hands, introduced myself, my priorities, and when I opened the floor to questions, the first question that was asked to me was, so Michael, we've had 4 field office managers in 2 years. How long are you going to be here for? So I think, and I'll echo what Mike said, I don't see change as a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. It brings fresh perspectives, green eyes, particularly in Mike's case. Mike came to Savannah River when I was working there from outside EM, and he brought an entire different paradigm. But the key to that is the leadership that comes in, it's consistent leadership. We need to avoid the abrupt swerves and changes. And I think EM has in place, there's an EM strategic vision right now that lays out the 10-year plan. And we've had visions. Having those kinds of tools helps minimize the impacts of that.
Jack, going on down?
All right, well, I would say I'm a little bit in between, what Mike and Reinhard presented. I've been a field manager since 2014, and I just tallied it up, but in the first, I think, 5 years I was a field manager, there were 4 different EM1s, and now we've had some consistency for about 2 years now. But I agree, the change is a good thing. I don't know that changing every year is the best frequency for that, but somewhere between 1 year and 5 years, I think, is probably an ideal time frame to have enough, stability to affect change, but yet get enough turnover in the thinking and the ideas that really improves the organization. So somewhere in between there is probably the best time frame, like I said. But there's also an element of stability. EM1 being at the top, they may have a few key initiatives, typically that they go after that affects change. And below that, in headquarters, you've got your the deputy and principal deputy assistant secretaries that do have a lot more stability in the organization and do that, they carry on from one thing to the next. So for the most part, we have stability in the mission, with our visions and our plans. And overall, a little bit of turnover in leadership and thought is a great thing to have.
So Lars, since you are the newest, I guess, that's in this position as a field manager, since Jay's recently gone to the headquarters, so do you have a perspective on
are you trying to say that I need to be careful about what I say about stability?
I think we all have to be careful sometimes what we say.
So I think leadership stability is important, and are some benefits to that. But I think I share in common with most of the panel here that organizational stability is really what's the most important thing. You know, having the strategic plans, the vision, the the mission that is stable. We have a very long-standing and well-developed mission and well-developed organizational infrastructure. We don't have very high turnover, so our organization in EM is strong in that regard. And I think all that helps maintain that stability that the workforce needs to make sure that when things get hard, they have the flexibility to adapt, and they have a sense of security regardless of the frequency of changes in leadership. So with that, I should say we have a lot of support from our leadership, and we will continue to focus on the cleanup mission and relying on their help and assistance to get that done, regardless of whether that's stable for the next 10 years, which would be great, or if it changes. So I think the real important thing is having that.
Yeah, I think what I heard from this, and I think we all experience, a change is good. The question we often ask is how frequent should change be? And, you know, sometimes it needs to be more frequent than other times. And so, you know, there's no wrong answer to that question, as I would say. Let me change directions just a little bit and deal with relationships here. Who should own the relationship with the state regulators? Should that be at the field level, or should that be at the headquarters, DOE headquarters? And how do you balance that relationship change from maybe one community to another? Joel, we're going to take you off on that one.
The field should own the relationship with the state regulator. It's
Now, certainly, of course, has to be involved with pension. Outside, I'll say the grander scheme, be consistent with some of the other sides, but regulations are provably the same, consistent from state to state. Have different ways. U.S.
Sorry. Is this better? I'm sorry. Roll it back to the beginning. My opinion is that the field should own the relationship with the state, and you know, your key word in that is relationship, because that's really what it needs to be. Again, everybody has a job to do, but you do need to develop a relationship with your regulator, respectful. You need to be careful and include, I'll say, headquarters in it to make sure you don't do anything outside of, I'll say, you know, current policy, you know, consistency across the complex. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's your regulator, your state, and without that relationship, you can't develop the trust and the conversational, impromptu conversation that's often required to get things done and move forward.
Michael, your perspective.
So I'll echo what Jill said. I think it works best in the field, but we need there's an element that's absolutely essential to it. We need the headquarters for the policy, the goals, the strategy, and the field executing at the tactical level. And I think that works best because we're the faces that the regulators see on a day-to-day basis. If the regulators have to work with headquarters, that should be a sign to my boss that something's not working right in the field office if he's getting a number of calls that aren't being resolved out there. So I think it works best in the field at the execution level.
Go ahead, Jack.
All right. Well, I don't have a whole lot to add. I think we're probably unanimous at this point. I do think, the relationship is best, between the field and the state regulators and the community. You do have a lot of face time, and you got to build that relationship and the trust. And when you have that trust, then you can kind of get, you get the speed of trust as you're dealing with those regulators. But we are kind of in the middle, because then, headquarters does have a role in it overall. And I think, Joel mentioned the policy aspect of it. If you're just in execution mode, then it's pretty easy. Just keep it in the field and keep going and stay within the bounds. But it's when we have to get into some, more difficult discussions and dealing with, modifying milestones or something like that. That's where, obviously headquarters has a role in that. And I still think, even still, that's for the field to really provide that kind of interface. They deal with headquarters, and the regulators, probably the best way to get that resolution. And as long as we stay within those bounds, I think we can all be successful.
Laura?
I really don't have much to add. I agree with them that it needs to be owned by the field, because those day-to-day interactions with the regulators are usually involve pretty detailed negotiations. Again, like they said, building trust and relationships. And headquarters is not really well positioned to do that from DC to the field sites, but they do play a crucial role in helping us make sure that we're properly interpreting policy, because there's often room for different interpretations of the policy that is out there, and they, as we have learned from our own experience, Creech, the assistance of headquarters in interpreting those policies is really key.
Perspective, gentlemen?
Yeah, I agree. It's got to be at the site. The interactions with regulators are too frequent to not have the representation being from the site. We managed at Savannah River over 500 permits with the state. I don't know how you would do that from headquarters and keep up to that. I got a whole staff that keeps track of that. So we respond to those permits and get them renewed on a timely basis. In addition, when we go to talk to the state about future plans and milestones, we like to have EPA at the table with us too, because they're also involved. You got to get all those people in the room at one time. We don't want to have individual conversations with them, because you get the terminology mixed up, you lose that face-to-face interaction. It enables you to come more rapidly to a decision. However, the one caution always in our mind is we got to be careful if we're making a commitment to the state. It's going to affect the liability, make a change in that liability. We got to go back to headquarters before we make those kind of agreements, because they got to be aware of what the change is going to be before we go ahead. So with that proviso that we go back on liability issues, if we have the freedom to operate at the site, I think it works better.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, everybody stated very well.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to make this our last question. I've got 4 or 5 other questions. I'm gonna try to roll them all up into trying to address one thing. And our prior panel dealt with the workforce, and we would like to hear from the field managers your workforce challenges and issues, from things that have happened because of the pandemic, changes of anything from virtual meetings to the workforce that was working that now are coming back. You may have safety issues on the side as you're working with the contractors. There was a question that we dealt with of how do we do mentoring to new individuals if they're not at our sites or in our field offices. So it's a combination of just, you have a new workforce. Part of it has changed because of the pandemic, that you had to deal with, I guess, vaccination mandates. Part of it is we just have a new workforce. It's the grain of America. So is your field office dealing with the transition to a new workforce or managing a new generation of workers? Or you want to take that one?
So I guess in terms of, the vaccinations, I think we're really pleased to have been able to say that the majority of our workforce in Oak Ridge is fully vaccinated, and most of them are back in the field making progress. We can say that of the federal workforce as well, the vaccination rates are really, really high, and we're doing really well there. In terms of a new workforce, we did really well during the pandemic, accomplishing our mission and making sure we met our milestones and priorities. The workforce was very flexible and accommodating to all the requirements and all the changes that were brought about by having to deal with the pandemic. But there was something missing that we have tried to address, which is that human face interaction. We're human beings, we're social creatures by nature. So in order to have teamwork, collaboration, innovation, we need to be together sometimes and have face-to-face interaction, build the trust and the rapport with the employees and create a sense of teamwork. So although I believe that the new workforce that will come back when they come back fully to the office is going to have expectations of more flexibility, more telework than we did before, and that's what the department wants to do, and it's something that I think we need to do to be competitive in this new environment. We are in the field, so we expect the majority of our workforce to be in the field doing the oversight that we need to do. But certainly we expect to have more flexibility, and we expect to accommodate more telework in cases where the positions of the individuals will allow for that. So I think, again, we've tried really hard to overcome the lack of human interaction by increasing virtual interactions, but that's not ideal. We're really, having that human touch is really key, I think. So I think it's going to be different, but I think there's going to be some continuity in terms of, making sure that the human interaction is part of the equation with more flexibility. And I'm excited about the new year and re-entry into the workplace and all the work that we have coming on. And I think that, the same way that our employees and our contractors have been flexible in adapting to the pandemic, we will work together and be flexible to adapt to this new way of doing business.
Jack, you like to add anything?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and add a few things to that, and that was a pretty big question, but I'll hit on, and I'll probably stay with the theme, kind of looking at, where as we ramp back up, what are we looking at? But I'll start with, as we really went into the current situation where virtually, everybody was teleworking, and then we focused on the sites, but we made modifications to our onboarding process so that if we had new employees, we would be able to do the onboarding and bring them in a remote manner. And we also made assignments really for mentors. So what they might have normally got walking around the office, we made a more official decision to assign a mentor for a 2-year period, at least the first 2 years for the new employee. So they had a belly button they could get a hold of that could tell them, what our processes were or where to find the procedures or whatever their needs might have been. So kind of continue that process. Then beyond that, as we come back into the office, we've gone through and looked at, basically by positions, what positions we thought, had to have a physical presence. And, I think Laura hit on that. There's a lot of the positions at the sites that are going to require physical presence, maybe not on a daily basis, but certainly most of the days. Things like facility reps, system safety oversight, they're going to have a relationship interaction with the contractor and the people at the site. But then there is a lot of, at least in the federal side, a lot of positions that could have a significant telework presence, even greater telework presence going forward. And so we've been to a lot of those, certainly the finance and contract administration, things like that, could have, maybe, 50+% telework in the future. Where it gets a little bit trickier or difficult, and I don't have a good answer for this yet, so I think we got to take it cautiously, but, people want to use the term remote. And to me, remote means they're not coming into the office at all. And I think, in the short term, if we got an experienced person, and, their position and functions, there may be a significant remote capability for some of those positions. But my concern is really, in the long term, how do you keep the culture for the organization and people ingrained in the culture and the interactions that need to take place to function more effectively, if we're bringing in people and assigning them remote from day one. So we've done a little bit of benchmarking. I think this is still out for the department to evaluate, but this is just my personal opinion. But if we bring in a new employee, my opinion is we would want to have them, in the office, not remote, at least for the first 2 years of the assignment. Let them get ingrained in the culture, let them earn, the ability to prove that, not just the position, but also the individuals capable of remote work. That's just a personal opinion. I think, like I said, jury's still out on that, but I think we need something like that to really ensure that we are able to carry on our mission effectively for the long term. Otherwise, I'm afraid if we make I'm just not sure the shift that we go to remote too fast, what the long-term effects might be on that down the road.
Does anybody else like to chime in on that question?
I'd like to just make a couple points. As was discussed in the last panel, the landscape of the workplace is going to change significantly as a result of COVID and when we return to work. And my corporate partner and I are both, as the planning for this matures, we're still working this issue. But I see the situation providing both opportunities and challenges. And I'm excited by the opportunities, as there'll be likely more opportunities for teleworking, possibly remote teleworking. This will open up the workforce to bringing in some folks that we wouldn't normally be able to reach out and bring in. It'll give us more opportunity to increase diversity, both from the traditional terms of diversity as well as diversity of perspective, geographic areas. We'll be able to bring in possibly younger folks with a fresh set of green eyes, different perspectives than what we've seen in I think Dennis referred to the silver tsunami. So we'll be bringing in a whole different mindset, a whole new generation. So that's exciting. That's an opportunity. The challenge, at least from my perspective, and I'll speak for Reinhardt too, because I know he and I have talked about this. The challenge we both face with that is very difficult to recruit in Los Alamos. And I'll make a plea to Mayor Casper and Dennis, who were speaking the last time. The wonderful beaches of South Carolina and the mountains and landscape in Idaho. It's difficult enough to recruit in Los Alamos. Please tone down the advertising. I need some help here. But that would be the challenge is actually getting through the recruiting and getting those folks in place. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah. One of the things that we recognized early on was because we were having such a turnover in our office and bringing on all the additional staff, is we instituted a process where we put together a training protocol where we utilized DISC training, which is similar to the Myers-Briggs, in conjunction with crucial conversations. Something we required everybody that was in the office to go through, whether you'd been there for 30 years or if you were a new hire. We did it by work group. That gave an opportunity for each of the work groups to interact with each other, to understand the communication styles that the people they worked with most closely would have, and then we made that information available across the entire office. And so, my packet was, I made sure everybody had a chance to look at it and ask questions about it. And we're continuing to roll that into our hiring process. So as people hire in, we get a tranche of 4 or 5 new staff. They'll go through that training, and then we anticipate that as we do annual retreats and so forth, we'll be able to re-emphasize some of those communication skills and behavior types that they were trained on originally. So I mean, that's one of the things we did. Additionally, I made sure that through the office that I went through process, and I make sure I get time with all of the employees. I went through that very early on, and then as they get hired in, I spend at least a half an hour to an hour, depending on how much time people want to spend with me, just to get to know each other and kind of what's important to me, what's important to them, so that they feel they're able to be part of the team. And so we'll continue to do that type of thing and really make sure that the communication that we have is not always top down, that we actually get communication from everybody in the organization when we do our all hands meetings and so forth. And I know it takes a lot of time and people go off on tangents, but being able to reinforce that ability to be part of the organization and not just shut out, I think is going to pay dividends for us.
Yeah, just quickly, the telework thing works great. I think it's important for our folks to come to the site on an occasion, and I don't care what their job is, but they got to understand the physical conditions under which that contractor workforce is working, and the difference between working on a tank farm in January and working on a tank farm in August, and if you're going to impose requirements on them. And the other thing I miss, my level, although I greet personally all the new employees who come on board, you can lose touch with them after that. We did our first in-face community advisory board meeting here about a month ago, and 2 of the briefers were my folks, and I didn't recognize them, even though I'd brought them on board in masks and had met them sometime previously. And the other thing you don't get, when we do those all-hands meetings now virtually, you don't get any questions from the audience on those generally, because the questions they really want to ask, they don't want to ask in public and have everybody hear them. When we did them in person, then once the meeting was over, we'd stand around and talk to folks, and I could approach the younger folks and find out what's going on. And they would tell me what was really on their mind, or ask, why are you making us wear only blue and gold socks to the site? And I tell them, well, they're Navy colors. And the only people who really push back are the Army and the Air Force, but then they would understand because we had that personal conversation. So we missed that part.
Yeah, part of that is they don't want to be recorded too, so.
Exactly, yeah.
I appreciate the participation, and you all are doing a great job out there in the community. We appreciate your leadership as you go out into the community, the Energy Community Alliance, our organization, but the community and leaders that you interface with on a daily basis. And thank you all for being here today. At this time, we'll break for lunch. It's out front there. Thank you all.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Thank you for taking the time. I think we've had a great couple of days of sessions. Having the secretary yesterday, the deputy secretary, today's panels have been fantastic. Before we end today, I also just want to recognize former Mayor Bob Thompson, a council member from Richland. I know he loves this so much, but he's retiring off the ECA board after 27 years. He was one of the founders of ECA 27 years ago, and I just want to thank him for everything that he's done. He's served on the EMAB, he's testified before Congress, and he's advocated for local communities and the Department of Energy Cleanup Program for those last 27 years. So thank you very much, Bob. So let me take a second to introduce Kate Gordon. I'm real excited to introduce her. We had a chance to talk to her just a couple of weeks ago about some of the exciting initiatives that she's undertaking at the Department of Energy. She currently serves as a senior advisor to Energy Secretary Granholm. She was previously director of the California Governor's Office of Planning and Research and a senior policy advisor on climate to Governor Newsom in California. She's nationally recognized expert on the intersection of climate, energy, and economic development, and we're glad to have her here today. Let me step out of the way and Kate, let me hand it over to you. Thanks again for coming.
Thank you. It's so great to be here, and I wish I were there in person. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be, but thank you for making it possible to talk to you virtually. I'm going to do just a little bit of a PowerPoint deck because that's what we do at DOE, and then I think we're going to have some time for Q&A. So I'm going to cue that up right now, and hopefully it'll work. And if not, I know the AV folks have it as well. So give me just a second. All right. Let me know if you can see that.
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
There we go.
Thank
Full
you.
screen. Yes.
Got the full screen. I never put it on full screen right away because then it takes over your Zoom screen and it's very confusing. So anyway, it's so great to be here. I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of, what I came into DOE to do, which really is to advise the secretary on this idea of shifting the kind of agency more toward what we call place-based solutions. And I'll talk about what that means. But, to be honest, you all in this group really already knows what that means because the work that happens in our DOE energy communities through the environmental management program really is place-based work by definition. And I think really kind of the original place-based program of the department. So excited to talk to you all, excited to talk about that in this broader context. And in frankly, the context of what is a historic shift of the Department of Energy toward much more engagement with places, with people, with projects. So I'll talk about that for a little bit, give some examples, and then we will be able to have a conversation. So wanted to start with just this administration as a whole really does have a focus on place-based work and thinking about the policies that we put in place in the context of the people and the places they affect. These are just some of the key executive orders that really focus on that. And some of them will make sense and some of them might not be as obvious, but I put them all here to say, clearly this administration through early executive orders, both of these first two were signed in January. Actually, the first three were signed in January. First, really focusing on racial equity and underserved communities. That is a clear focus on the intersection of our policies and communities. The second one up here is really important in the work that I'm doing and we're doing as a department. Tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad actually is the executive order that creates both Justice 40, the initiative to ensure that 40% of our benefits from our climate policies are going toward underserved communities, but also created the interagency work group on coal and power plant communities. That really is the energy community's focus of this administration. And DOE administers that interagency work group, and I staff it for the secretary, and it's the source of a lot of our work in this space. I'll talk a little bit more about it in a minute. And then these other three are important because they're less about the individual communities and more about how we think about what we're doing when it comes to economic development, economic revitalization, which is core to the work we do in communities and the work you do day by day. And that, this first one really a focus, and frankly, the first time since probably World War II, a laser focus on creating domestic supply chains, particularly in some of these industries that we know that we really need to develop. Now, DOE, of course, was created at a time when we were focused on domestic supply chains, particularly for nuclear weapons and nuclear management. This is an extension of that idea to other critical supply chains, like battery supply chains, like critical minerals, semiconductors, et cetera. Work organizing and empowerment makes the key point that when we do economic development and when we create relationships with communities around economic revitalization, we need to do it with an eye toward job quality, not just job numbers. That's a critical point, and I think one we all know well. And then finally, this climate-related financial risk one is important because the reality is that the global financial system is actually changing. In the last 5 years or so, there's been a sea change in how the global investment world thinks about the risks from climate change, whether it's the physical risks from things like extreme heat, sea level rise, and wildfires, to just the investment risks of investing in things that might then become stranded assets, frankly, because we might shift away from them because of global policy on climate change. This is important because the way we think about economic growth has got to take into account both those physical impacts and where the industry and where technology is going when it comes to climate and how we react to the global climate commitments. This is a big shift for DOE, frankly, not for you all, but for many parts of DOE. This idea that we're going from sort of place neutral technology, this is of course a nuclear plant schematic, to really a place-based and a people-based approach. That is a very, very exciting thing for DOE. A lot of the agency has been focused on basic science and early research for a lot of years. We are now seeing this real shift, not only because of the president's agenda, but also because of the infrastructure bill that just passed, toward demonstration and deployment as a major piece of what we do at the department. That requires a shift to real partnership with communities and with places. So what do I mean by place-based? There's some this is actually a term that's been used for decades in the economic development world. And there's some core pieces that go to it. Place-based does not just mean you do things in a place. It really requires a couple of core elements, knowing what you mean by the place. So for instance, the president's executive order on climate that really calls out environmental justice communities and energy transition communities focuses in on two types of places. Recognizing that there is no one size fits all, that every one of these places is different, has a different set of solutions and a different set of challenges and a different set of assets to build on. Engaging directly and meaningfully with stakeholders and with communities, that is critical. Deciding you want to do a demonstration project and putting it in a place with no engagement with that place, that is not a place-based agenda. Working to with a community on their vision for the future, being in partnership, working together toward a demonstration project as a community, as an anchor to an economic development strategy, as a job creator, that is a place-based approach. This is a systems approach. This really means it isn't just energy. I mean, you all know this, working in the places you work. I know there's at least one mayor in the room. You don't work on just energy. If you have an energy project, that's also a workforce project. It's a transmission project. It's a transportation project. It's a project that you have to think about equity. You have to think about, industrial land development. All kinds of elements go into these projects. That's not just DOE. We really have to take a systems and interagency approach to these issues. And then constantly learning and adapting. All this stuff is changing all the time. The energy markets are changing all the time. The realities of climate impacts are changing all the time. We need to be flexible. We need to learn. We have a definition we've sort of thrown out at DOE for what we mean by place-based. It just incorporates everything I just said in an energy context, really moving toward a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future. That's what all communities want. That's what we want. What we don't want to see again is what we saw for the past 2 years, which is an economy that in many cases is not resilient, experiencing an economic shock that just truly, truly hits folks on the ground. And so what we need to be working toward as a country and at the community scale is working toward these more sustainable and more resilient economies. What do I mean by that? Well, sustainable net zero carbon technologies, getting toward a new way of thinking about how we use how we use energy, how we generate energy. That is a big lift, but a really important one. A resilient economy anchored in a set of industries that can withstand these shocks. So are we paying people enough so that, and are they getting benefits? So if they lose their job, they're not just, sunk. Are we making sure that the stuff we're building is resilient in the face of the climate impacts that we're seeing increasingly in every part of the country? And equitable, are we creating those high quality jobs? Are we creating pathways into those jobs? Are we focusing on the history of the place so that we're not just repeating, challenges that have happened in the past? You start to build stuff that has a lot of community opposition, then that stuff doesn't get built, A, but B, it's not successful. It's not building out a real economy. It's not a long-term strategy. DOE does a lot of place-based work already. We have the labs, which are already kind of in regions and they have relationships. We have you all, of course, and I'll talk more about the energy communities. We have a lot of tools that we can bring to this work. We have this expertise, we have those relationships, we have case studies and learnings from years of doing this. We have pretty decent geospatial analysis to identify places to lift up existing assets. We have pretty decent community engagement. It's better in some places than others, frankly, in the programs. And we have the availability to work interagency, to work with our other partners across the administration, and to bring in data from all over the place. So there's a lot of tools we can bring to this work if we collaborate, if we think of it as a systems approach. And when we do it, we can do a lot. We can target more investment. We're starting to do that with energy communities. We're starting to actually increase investment targeted to specific places where we know there are specific barriers and need to work more closely. We can streamline our programs. If there's one thing I hear in every conversation I have, it's people can't even access our programs. They don't know how to get into the federal government and access the grants and loans and programs we have. We don't make it easy. We can do a better job with that. We can do a better job with collaborating within our programs and across agencies. We can connect this to our broader agenda. The secretary, the deputy secretary, and leadership can put a spotlight on these places when this work is done well. So I want to give some examples of what this looks like. You'll see I think this is Paducah here, this one, this picture. We've got, I talked about some of those initiatives at the Biden administration level, the interagency work group, I'll talk more about, Justice 40, of course, and the Communities Leap program, I'll talk more about. We also have a lot of ongoing DOE programs that are place-based by definition because of the focus on tribal lands on the Arctic, because of the focus on our current DOE energy communities, Puerto Rico, because of the focus in the labs on their own communities and the fact that they are themselves economic anchors in many places. So we're already doing this. My job and goal, and I think the Secretary's direction, is to do it more comprehensively, is to make more connections and to lift up what's working and learn from it. We have, again, I said, a historic opportunity to do this even more, which is the infrastructure bill that just passed. Huge amount of new funding to DOE. I'm sure you heard all about it from the secretary and the deputy who I know spoke to you yesterday, I think. Huge shift to demonstration deployment, massive opportunity to do more community engagement, to build more support for these programs, to do more data, to learn more, to lift up work that you've all been doing that's already working. If the Build Back Better Act passes, it's even more of an increase in particularly building out the markets for these technologies, because we can do a demonstration project in the community. We can do everything possible to make sure that it's a good economic anchor, but if there's no long-term market for that technology, that's not going to survive. That's not a sustainable or resilient economy. So that Build Back Better Act and those tax credits really are critical. And of course, we're waiting to see where Congress lands on that. So a couple examples I wanted to share before I stop and do questions. One you already know really well, which is all of the work you guys do. And I think, this is place-based by definition. These are historic DOE energy sites. There are existing very strong stakeholder relationships. There are structures that have been built to have ongoing relationships. And in several of these places, like for instance, Piketon, Ohio, we're getting to the end of the decommissioning era and really starting to ask the question of what's next. Those of you who work there know that there's been a lot of focus on that question. And I'm just lifting up here SODI, the Southern Ohio Diversification Initiative, which DOE of course works with, among many others. Really, this isn't necessarily what's going to happen, but it's a good example of an economic development approach, looking at the existing assets, looking at what might be potential to build from those assets, and then working. This Marshall Plan for Middle America is a much broader group across this whole Southern Ohio region, working to build out a kind of comprehensive economic development strategy for the region, of which this would be a part. This is one model, one idea. It's not necessarily what will happen, but it's a great example of going from the era of cleanup to the era of what's next. How do we build on these assets? How do we really leverage all of the amazing skills and infrastructure and facilities that are in this place? And I think that's a real possibility for all of our cleanup communities, whether folks are transitioning buildings and land today all at once, whether you're transitioning pieces bit at a time. There's a lot of opportunity for this question about what's next. The Interagency Work Group, I'll say really quickly, is a group of 11 agencies across the administration, created, as I said, by that executive order. this is a laser focus by this administration on the communities that built our energy economy. This is coal, oil, and gas. It's extraction, it's power plants, it's wells, it's all of these communities that have been the backbone of our energy economy that are justifiably worried about what this transition looks like. And this is, these are the real kind of focus points of that work. These are where most of those assets exist. We are working very closely across all these areas. There's 25 priority communities in the first report we did for the president. These are just some things we've learned in that work. These are things we know already, but we got to think about transition ahead of time. You can't do it. You can't react to a transition. You need to plan for a transition. Diversifying these economies is critical. If you replace an industry with another industry without diversification, it's still not a resilient, it's still not a sustainable economy. There is no one size fits all. Every place is different. Community engagement, high quality jobs, all the things I just said. There's some great examples of this that I think are relevant to the work you all are doing. And a lot of them build on existing assets. And this is just a slide that we put together across 4 of our DOE programs. We're doing a lot of work internally at DOE to actually organize our work around repurposing fossil assets, repurposing power plants, repurposing mine land for other types of technologies. There's a lot of really, really good opportunity here. And this is a schematic. This picture is TerraPower's plan for a existing closed coal plant in Wyoming. This is the Kennemer plant in Wyoming that they're going to turn into a small modular reactor demonstration site. Lots of jobs, lots of skills, lots of opportunity there. And the community is very excited about it. And the utility is going to continue to purchase that power. So that's an exciting opportunity. There's lots of other things like that. This one is just one that, that has specifically happened. There's a Holyoke, Massachusetts coal plant that's been repurposed into a solar and storage facility. Number of people are looking at hydrogen. So lots of opportunity to really build on assets, not think of these as things to be problem to be solved, but as assets to really build on. And then of course, mine land, there's a huge, the president has laid out a priority of critical materials as a supply chain, and there's a lot of opportunity on existing mine lands. So energycommunities.gov is the email for this. This is a great website actually, or website, excuse me. It collects all of the programs across all 11 agencies that provide direct support to energy communities. So it is a one-stop shop essentially for federal resources for these communities. So really recommend it. It's a great model of how to do that. And then really quickly, I'll just talk about the Communities LEAP program. This is actually a within DOE program, pulls together all of these offices within DOE to streamline technical assistance for communities that want to go on a pathway toward a new type of energy economy and aren't entirely sure how to do it. And I'll just go to what those pathways are. There's a focus in this program, which is a pilot. We just started it and the applications are open today. There's a focus on environmental justice and on energy transition communities, and really looking at one of 7 pathways. So everything from manufacturing to renewable energy and efficiency, carbon capture and storage, clean transportation, microgrids, reclamation of critical minerals, really all of the equities that we have at DOE. If you want to get on that path, we're going to streamline our technical assistance so that you don't have to talk to 17 different people across the agency. It's kind of like a concierge service for communities that are successful in their applications to be able to get on those pathways. So I'm going to stop there. There's a lot more to say, but you can always reach out to me. I am here. I exist to leverage the great stuff being done, to hear what's working and what's not working, and to to lift up what's and really bring the secretaries of focus to things that are models. So really excited to hear from all of you. Really impressed by and honored by everything you're already doing, and can't wait to work with you more. And I will leave it at that.
Great, thank you, Kate. Oh, I was going to ask you a question, but someone's already said, can I ask Kate a question? So go ahead, Kara.
I'm assuming a mic is being taken to someone.
Here you go. Is it on, guys? Try a different mic. Well, while you're, you got it? No. So Kate, just on the last program, she's going to walk to another mic, but Just on the last program, how many communities are going to be accepted as part of that program? Do you know yet?
We're not entirely sure. I will say it's not a huge program. It's only $16 million pilot. And that pilot is not for grants, just to be really clear. The funding really goes into that technical assistance. We kept it very narrow because it was essentially a program that everyone realized was really necessary. And then the programs essentially found, as someone said here, found money in the couch cushions to make it happen this year. It wasn't in the budget. So it's a pilot. It's probably going to be on the order of like 20 to 30 initial communities. And what they will get if they win, and again, the application's open right now. So it's DOE's website. If you do a search for communities lead, you'll find it. What they will get is a TA lead, which is likely one of the labs. I think NREL is actually acting as the sort of cross-cutting technical assistance lead. And then their lead will work with them to access kind of a team of people at DOE working on the issue that they're interested in. So each of those pathways has a TA kind of set of TA providers from across DOE, and then each of the winning teams will get a lead, kind of a concierge. So I think it's around 20 to 30. I can get back to you on that, but that's my memory. And again, taking applications right now, it's exciting. It's really the first time DOE's done something like this. And you can imagine the bureaucratic hurdles to like getting something funded across multiple programs and organizing it across multiple programs. It's actually been a real learning experience, I think, for the agency, but we're really excited about it and pushing hard for it to be continued, to get continued and dedicated funding in the budget going forward.
That's great. Kara?
Thanks. Hi, Kate. Thanks so much for coming to speak with us. So a couple of quick questions. One is, we've heard, again, as this process and this initiative is becoming more focused, we've heard about regional folks that DOE is going to have, and I was just wondering, how are those regional folks, how are they going to be working? Will they be sharing information out to potential communities about what the department is trying to achieve, or should our local communities try to be making appointments with the folks that are supposed to be working with their region when they come to Washington? How should that work?
That is a really good question. I'm so glad you asked it. We have just started building that out. This is currently existing in our Congressional Affairs Office. So they have hired only 4 so far. So you can imagine their regions are giant, right? Right now. But they have 4 regional specialists right now who I can immediately connect you to, actually, if you get in touch with me. They are going to be based in DC because of their relationship to the Congressional Affairs Office, but their whole purpose is actually to do constant and ongoing engagement with the stuff happening across the regions where DOE has equities, and to bring all that back and to do as much coordination as possible. So we do have 4 right now. They're hoping to build out that team to more than 20. And that is in process of happening. We're hiring a lot of people right now, as you know. So let me put in a plug for that. Because of the infrastructure bill, because of the amount of funding we have to put out, we are hiring over 1,000 people right now. So please, 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 if you know people who are interested in working at DOE, please tell them to apply. This is the time. But yeah, so if you get in touch with me, I'm happy to connect you. And I think I would say, given that their regions are so big, I would just be really proactive in reaching out to them right now. I think we'll get a system in place ultimately that will be a little more consistent, and we'll be able to have kind of, constant check-ins and a kind of a process, but we just don't have it yet. So this is the moment to just get in there, introduce yourself, brief them on what's happening. And so just get in touch with me and I'll connect you.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Great. And so, the most asked question that we got from our different communities is, and I think some of this is going to be part of the place-based initiative, is really, what happens when the mayor from the county executive from Roane County comes up to me and says, okay, I see that DOE has all these additional funds. We're looking at some, energy projects in our community at our site. What do I do next? Who do I access? How do I go forward?
Who picks up the phone? This is my most asked question also. I mean, I guess phones are less used than they used to be, but I agree. That's the question. Look, this is really, I'm just gonna be super honest because that's who I am. This is really something that DOE has to build. We have not done it that much in the past. There are certain programs, and I would put environmental management in this box, that are good at this, that you know who to call, that it's clear who runs it. There's a consistent approach and a structure for that engagement. Many of our programs are not like that. And so these congressional affairs people I just talked about are the beginning of building up that strategy. We're talking within many of the programs, they're actually starting to build in community engagement specialists. EERE is probably the furthest ahead on that. But right now, frankly, it's the congressional affairs folks and it's the Communities League program that are trying to start solving for that problem. I will also tell you just honestly, I do a lot of that right now. So I just, as an example, through the interagency work group on coal and power plant communities, in which we've done touch points with over 2,500 people across communities. I just met these folks, including the mayor from St. John's, Arizona. They are losing about 10, they have about 10 coal plants or units that are closing down within 60 miles of St. John's, a very small town. In the next 5 years, they're looking for options. They're really interested in small modular reactors. I put together a meeting with them, with Idaho National Lab and with our nuclear energy folks to figure out sort of what are the possibilities, what kind of feasibility analysis do they need, what are some next steps. I am doing that right now. I'm happy to keep doing it. I am also laser focused on building out a structure. So it isn't just me, because it shouldn't just be me for many, many reasons. We need this to be embedded in the department. It needs to be able to survive political change. It needs to become part of the ecosystem of DOE. And I'll put an ask out to all of you. I feel like the DOE energy communities and cleanup communities are an example of how, in many cases, how to do this well. I would love to learn from you. If you have ideas, this is the moment for ideas about how to do that well and how to create that structure.
That's great. And I think, it's funny when I look at a lot of our communities, one of the things that we usually need, so there's ideas that come out of our communities. It's the tying into the other offices within the
100%.
Department of Energy. And that's what I love about your initiative, because your initiative brings together a lot of different expertise, cross-agency, and interagency folks to focus on a particular issue.
Yep.
And I think that, the more that you're successful, I know you're at the beginning stages, I think those are the types of things that can be extremely helpful, because then our communities would say, okay, this is what our plan is, whether it's an SMR or whether it's a renewable energy area or whether it's energy research. How do we access the folks at EERE, or how do we access the folks at these other pieces, NREL, whatever, that can help us get to that next step, and the funding. So that's what's very exciting about your program.
Well, and I'll just say, I know we're ending, but please do apply for Communities Leap, because that application process is open now. And then I'll also say that through our work with the Interagency Work Group, which includes the Department of Commerce and therefore includes all of the Economic Development Administration folks, our job is to connect communities coming into DOE, into the system, however you enter the system. Our job is to connect to that much broader ecosystem that you just talked about. And we have done a lot of work to do that. We'll continue to do that work. But if we see something coming in through LEAP, that, for instance, a community wants to do a project on an abandoned mine, but they need mine reclamation, we're going to do the connection point with the Department of Interior to get the right people in the room to do that. So that is the goal. That is my job today. We are building up that system today, but I think we actually have a lot more capacity to do it than we did even a year ago because of the focus the White House has put on this issue. So
That's
thrilled
great.
to be here, and thank you all so much for giving me the time.
Thanks, Kate. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to talking to you again in January. So thanks again, Kate. Appreciate it. Take care. Bye. So I think, thank you. Yeah, if she's still there. Now I think I'm going to hand it over. I think the next panel starting. I'm going to hand it over to the moderator who is online. So I think, Brian, am I handing it over to you?
Can't start my video. Well, this is Brian Vance. I'm not sure if you can hear me, and I cannot start my video for some reason. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. So I'm not sure why you can't see me, but that probably won't detract from the experience today. My name is Brian Vance. I'm the Hanford site manager, and I'm grateful today to have the opportunity to be here with the members of our contractor leadership team to share progress towards the start of tank waste treatment at the Hanford site. Our story relative to the pandemic is consistent with the discussions this morning during the field managers panel. Many challenges overcome to safely deliver tremendous progress anchored on our commitment to the health and safety of our Hanford team and the workforce and supporting our community. The direct feed low activity waste program is a site-wide machine, both from a technical and an operational perspective. It requires both DOE offices and all of our contractor teammates to work together to successfully deliver. In recognition of the challenge, we established an integrated site-level process to ensure strong and effective communications, collaboration, and interface management. And at the core, teamwork across the DOE and contractor partners, led by Tom Fletcher, who we added this to his role as the assistant manager for waste treatment plant. Beyond the discussion of the delivery of each of the elements of the tank waste treatment system of systems machine, I hope today's discussion provides some insights into the maturation of our partnership and our teamwork, which are both key enablers to our ability to safely conduct tank waste treatment operations in the very near future. More broadly, the One Hanford or Hanford Enterprise philosophy that we've established over the last few years is really the cornerstone of our site transformation. By establishing unity of purpose and vision at the site level, anchored on strong teamwork as an expectation across our site, between DOE and our contractor partners, and between our contractors themselves, we're establishing the conditions and the culture necessary to drive our uniquely broad mission to the next level of performance across the entire site. Beyond the focus today on DFLAW, the transformation of our team and culture is enabling strong progress in every project and operation, from work at K-Basin and completion of the field work associated with the plutonium finishing plant, to infrastructure projects to replace systems and capabilities built during the Manhattan Project to ensure our infrastructure is right-sized for our enduring mission over the next several decades, to our very successful groundwater program, treating more than 2 billion gallons per year. Back to today's focus on DFLAW, we'll use a single graphic that you see now that we developed to help our team reimagine our site as we move towards tank waste treatment operations. I hope you'll find it helpful during the discussion this morning as well. Before I turn over to John for the start of our DFLAW discussion, I also want to thank David Replug for participating on the panel today to share the community perspective. As has always been the case for the work at Hanford, the support of the local Tri-Cities community continues to be crucial to our progress and success. Thank you all, and I'll turn it over to John to begin the journey through the DFLAW program today. Thanks, John. Go ahead. I can't hear you, John.
Hello, we do not have John on the call at this moment.
All right, well, I can see you.
John's listed as Bob Wilkinson there, so there's 2 Bob Wilkinsons up there, so he jumped in on it, so you can see his beautiful face up there on the screen, so.
2 Bobs. 2 Bobs.
I don't think we can hear John, right?
No.
Val, why don't you just get started and we'll come back to John.
Perfect. All right, just making sure I'm showing up on screen.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Thanks, Brian, and we'll come back to you, John. Hello, everyone. The VIP plant is the next step in the process. John will talk about the tank farms, but we'll receive the waste from the tank farms, and then we're going to be vitrifying it for safe disposal. And what I wanted to do today is share a few highlights from where we're at today on our way to making glass. We've really been transforming over the last couple of years, both in our workforce and the plant itself, and really making some significant strides towards DFLAW, advancing the DFLAW mission. And a mental shift towards starting up the plant for operations. And so you'll hear me talk about, and maybe our team and the collective team here, we talk about our path forward in terms of 3 Ps: people, plant, and paper. And for people, it's really about the hiring and the training we're doing for our team to be proficient and prepared for operations and maturing of our operational culture. And for the plant, that's really just ensuring that all our facilities are ready. And for the paper side, it means our processes, our procedures all need to be in place for operations that we have in there. And so we're working towards readiness and the coming together of those 3 Ps to begin safely making glass. And what I wanted to do today is just share a few highlights of each of those and then talk about an upcoming milestone that we have. So from the people perspective, a real transition, as I mentioned, in our workforce. We've hired entire new classes of employees that are needed for commissioning and operations. So over the last couple of years, we've hired and trained around 140 commissioning techs to run the plant. They're now on 4 separate crews, and they operate the plant 24/7, or supporting that operation of the plant 24/7. We're in the process right now of hiring a 5th crew. That came out of a lesson learned we had and looking at reducing some risk. So we'll be bringing on a 5th crew in order to help support. We have additional training needs going on as we start up the plant. And then earlier this year, we also brought on 2 classes of laboratory technicians, and they're in their various stages of training, as well as our first group of rad contacts that have also been brought on board. And so now the team is really just going through very robust training program. And for all of them, that includes classroom training, on-the-job training for our commissioning techs, that's including the simulator training, and all involved in just various drills and proficiency demonstrations. And we just recently, I think it was in one of the EM newsletters, hit a historic marker, I would say, for our project, in that all 4 of those commissioning tech crews have become fully qualified in control room operations. So they have been going through their rigorous evaluation training to ensure that each of those crew members can perform their normal operations at their watch station, as well as be able to respond to any abnormal and emergency conditions. So moving on to the plant, in January of this year in 21, we completed and celebrated the construction, celebrated construction complete of the plant. And then just a couple months ago, October, we completed our startup system and component testing for all of our DFLAW facilities. So that's the low activity waste facility, which is that heart of the plant, our analytical laboratory, our effluent management facility, and then 14 support facilities. And so now our commissioning and plant management team, they have full care, custody, and control of those systems and facilities, and have begun the integrated commissioning testing in preparation for hot commissioning. From a paper perspective, this is all about ensuring that we've got our documentation, our procedures, our programs, our controls are all in place that are needed for our people to safely run the plant. And includes our safety management programs, commissioning programs, work control documents, test packages, and hundreds of other documents to ensure readiness. The team this year, earlier in the year, completed, finalized 5,500 procedures that are required for operations. And would also say on the paper front, it also includes our permitting. And I can say we're on track today to receive our remaining certifications and permits from both the Departments of Ecology and Department of Health that are required before operations. So really good team effort there on getting us this far. So we're advancing our readiness across those 3 Ps, people, plant, and paper. and really maturing our operational culture, which is so important to us moving forward. I want to spend a minute and talk about our next major milestone, which is the beginning of heating up of our first melter. And this isn't just a flip of the switch. It's going to be more than a month-long process, 1 to 2 month process. And it includes a series of activities that prepare the melter and for establishing a molten pool of glass inside the melter. And so initially what we'll be doing is installing a temporary startup heaters into the melter. And once it's brought up to temperature, then we'll put in ground glass called frit. Incrementally, it'll be added in, and that'll be about 47,000 pounds of frit. Once that frit melts and we have a molten pool of glass covering the electrodes inside the melter, then joule heating can be initiated. We'll take out and remove those temporary heaters and then insert bubblers in there to mix the glass. So it's really, for us, it's a point of no return, which is fine. But we'll be operating the plant then truly 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And when we have that first melter heated up, then we're going to prepare for cold commissioning. And that's really the step where we will be running chemical simulants through the entire process at the plant. When we've completed that step, then we'll look at the lessons learned. We want to take lessons learned from both that melter one heat up and from that cold commissioning step and integrate it in before we start up the second melter. Because we learn a lot as we're going through the integrated testing from the plant, just to see how the melter is going to run on a day-to-day basis and how the people and the plant integrate when we go through that cold commissioning. So we've taken a tiered approach to introducing hazards to the plant, and that'll allow us to learn along the way on this journey to making glass. And so I think I'll stop there and just close by saying that, it's a really exciting time to be a part of Mission. I consider it a privilege. It's also a really challenging time too, no doubt. And the collective team that is here with me today, the DOE and the contractors, we're committed to working together collaboratively to ensure that DFLAW is a success. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to share with you our progress today, the progress that the team is making. And now I think I'm turning it over to Scott Sack. Over to you, Scott.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Sachs, the president of Central Plateau Cleanup Company, and I'll try to keep my remarks short and sweet, just like me. And if John can't get on, Brian will clearly be able to hand his story off to any of us. We're on the same team, and we won't be able to demonstrate his same style and flair in his presentation, but certainly we can show our commitment as a team to make this a productive enterprise. Central Plateau Cleanup Company, CPC Co., is the DOE contractor for the Hanford, Central Plateau, and Columbia River Corridor cleanup. We're in charge of protecting the environment, changing the Hanford skyline, significantly reducing the overall risk at the site. We do that. We also treat billions of gallons of groundwater for the whole site each year, mitigate and eliminate waste sites around the site, and remove ancillary facilities, nuclear facilities, and infrastructure across the Central Plateau. We also support Hanford's tank waste treatment system by essentially operating the back end, the waste processes for the Hanford site. And that includes the Integrated Disposal Facility, IDF. It's a new facility that was constructed to accept vitrified low activity tank waste for safe and permanent storage after the waste treatment plant produces it. IDF is an engineered disposal facility. It's at the center of the Hanford site. It's designed to receive and mobilize low activity waste from the WTP and other low-level waste from other Hanford site operations. The facility is designed similar to the Hanford CERCLA disposal facility, the Environmental Restoration Disposal Facility, or ERDF. It currently was built including 2 disposal areas or cells, which can be expanded to a total capacity of 6 cells. The cells are engineered to protect the groundwater. Workers will monitor, collect, and treat leachate from the waste cells, water from rain, snow, dust, suppression, etc., from the placement of the waste that reaches the liner at the bottom of the facility and ensure they're properly disposed of. When the Hanford team begins treating low activity waste from the DFLAW process, those vitrified waste containers will be transported to the IDF for safe and permanent disposal. It's an important part of the process, and the waste, the final resting spot, is always important to have in our process. Now I'll turn it over to Bob Wilkinson to talk about the site infrastructure services.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. So, Scott, I don't know that I've ever seen you personally short and sweet, maybe tall and sweet, but not short and sweet. So, hi, I'm Bob Wilkinson, President of Hanford Mission Integration Solutions, and we act as the site integrator for what happens here at Hanford, and we do that through providing some essential services that really create solutions and look for us to connect kind of the overall Hanford enterprise and delivering, I'll call it, critical services at just the right time and just the right need. And as for DFLAW, this is one aspect of it, but there's an overall larger enterprise that, Scott was eloquent and sweet in that, but he has an enormous amount of workload that's also going on around the Hanford Reservation to do cleanup activities. And so our job is to make sure that we enable Scott to do his while we're keep focused on getting DFLAW going and getting those melters warmed up and going so Val can process that waste effectively. And we do that in those essential services through a lot of different things. Everybody always naturally goes to the infrastructure, and that's one of the things that we'll focus on today through numerous things like water, power, sewer, road. You'll see up there, and our IT and emergency situations. And for us in the water utilities area, we're excited. We just broke ground in October for a new central water treatment facility. And that will bring reliable water through the mission of DFLAW and eventually for high level waste activities. They'll bring us up to about 3.5 million gallons of water while allowing us, as we strategically look towards the future and anything that could transcend or change at the Hanford reservations, to be able to readily expand out through a plug and play approach on a membrane system to get up to 5 million gallons a day. So this system that is replacing a 1940 vintage water treatment plant that's worked well for us. It's used old technology, in this case, chlorine gas. So one of the things by bringing this new system online is it's going to remove probably one of our biggest hazards, immediate hazards on the Hanford site, and removing 2,000 gallons of chlorine gas should God forbid something had gone wrong with that. That'll just remove an immediate hazard to the Hanford site. So that will help us bring water in a consistent manner and mechanism to DFLAW to provide all the water needs that they need to do. We are replacing a lot of lines to there, adding redundancy and reliability to make sure that there is no stop and perturbation associated with that. As we move around the map that you probably see up in front of you in the IT arena, we are ensuring that as technology continues to grow and new innovations become available that help us to become more effective and efficient. We have about 1,250 servers, 1,800 applications, 11,000 users. We're using about 1,100 radios to make sure that we can communicate and take advantage of that. And I think, as everybody knows, in our world we're living in right now, everything revolves around cyber and a lot of cybersecurity. So we are hardening our systems that are in some cases 25 to 30 years old that never thought about cyber in the past, both on our systems as well as the DFLAW systems, and make sure that they talk and integrate and don't let a backdoor person in there to do something that we don't want them to do. Moving around the clock here on the electrical utility side of the house, Hanford being a lot of miles, takes a lot of miles of lines that come in. So we are often evaluating and replacing a great deal of our power poles and our lines that are in some cases 1940 vintage systems to make sure that we can give reliable power. As you can see, greater than 50 megawatts of power for Val. So Val is a power monger. She likes her power and a use of her power, and we're giving her 50 megawatts of power per day to ensure those melters are up and running. Just to put that in pretty close perspective, that's equivalent of about 40,000 homes power usage and demand. So quite a lot of power on a pretty consistent basis that you can't turn off for any period of time. So not as long as it's got to be a great power feed, it's got to be reliable, redundant, and capable of any types of situations that could be anomalies in a very rapid fashion. Another one of our areas that we've been spending a great deal of time just to make sure we're geared up and ready to go is our emergency response, both fire department and hazard material response, as well as our 24/7 patrol support, just to make sure that this Hanford site's been for many years in kind of a day shift operations. And as we go to a 24/7 true operational mentality, step back in to make sure that those back shift capabilities for those emergency response areas and emphasis can continue to stay on tune and nimble to ensure that the operations nimbleness that they have can continue on with that. And last but not least for us is roads. So all the great progress that's been happening that we've talked about in years past as around the river corridor to eventually allow us, or starting to allow us, to really shrink our footprint down into the central plateau and up and focus on this DF laws. We're starting this campaign up. It's taken a lot of these roadways where a lot of our 10,000, 11,000 people used to be spread out over 360 square miles is now coming down into about 28 square miles. And that requires us to revamp our roadways and roadway systems to ensure that not only we get our people on premises and off premises, but we can also get our materials and supplies that need to come in to give DF Law their continual support to go out that. So we are revamping our roadways as we continue to shrink down our footprint. So a lot of integrated services. And as those integrated services are happening to get DF Law started, they're also making sure that we don't cause any perturbations or don't enable Scott to continue with the wonderful progress that they've been able to make. So with that being said, I think I'm going to try to turn it over to John now. I think John is up and online, and so we'll see if he can get his system up and running.
John, I don't think we can hear you. So we're challenged again. Well, we'll jump to David Replug, if you wouldn't mind giving your remarks now, David, and we'll try and bring John back in at the end.
Sure. And hello, everyone, and greetings from upstairs at the Hilton Alexandria Mark Center. It's been really nice to see a lot of folks again for the first time in a couple of years, and to meet some new people. But by way of introduction, I'm David Replug. I serve sort of in two capacities. First, as Executive Director of Hanford Communities, which represents the local governments on Hanford cleanup related issues, as well as Vice President for Federal Programs with TRIDEC, which advocates for the funding and policies that we feel are important to advance the Hanford cleanup mission. And before I get started, I'd like to just kind of echo what's been said a few times over the course of the workshop, and express my thanks and appreciation for Richland City Council member Bob Thompson. Bob also serves as the chair of the Hanford Communities Governing Board, and really appreciate all that he's done to support both Hanford cleanup as well as a resident of the city of Richland, all that he's done for our city. So thank you, Bob. Now, regarding DF Law, we in the community, we recognize that Hanford cleanup is going to be a decades-long process, but ultimately we do want the Hanford site to be cleaned up. And in that effort, we know that the tank waste treatment is the biggest long-term challenge as far as risk, liability, and budget. And so although it's been a long road to get here, from the community's perspective, the startup of DF Law happening in the near future is very exciting, and it's important, an incredibly important step forward in addressing that large long-term challenge and continuing to make progress. And I think it was mentioned earlier too, but one of the things that I've noticed is that there has been alignment across the Hanford site to move this mission forward. And this clear focus from all of the contractors, from the DOE leadership, from the workforce, has been really good to see. And I think it demonstrates what the team, which includes the over 10,000 people who live in our community, can accomplish when they really set their minds to it. It is, again, an important demonstration of success. I think it will help with our efforts at TRIDEC to show, and we heard this term earlier today, that the federal dollars, that the Hanford site is investment worthy. It will lay the groundwork for other efforts in the future to expedite cleanup, and I think it will build on the momentum that's already been created. As I said earlier, we ultimately would like to see the Hanford site be cleaned up. The community is really excited about a number of other opportunities that are out there for us. And although we certainly, again, recognize that cleanup is going to be happening for decades to come, the fact that we are moving forward with addressing this significant risk and this liability in the near future is incredible accomplishment, and we're excited to see and to support the effort in the future. And with that, I think I will hand it back either to Brian or to John if he's able to speak.
All right, John, can you, we'll give you one more chance, and then I'm going to channel John Eschenberg for his part of the presentation. Okay, well, I think as you've heard, I'll talk about the tank site season removal system. The system is on the site in the location where we'll operate it. The work was largely done effectively through the pandemic, from the point where we remobilized or began the remobilization of the site in May of 2020 until today.
Oh, sorry, go back.
John, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So I just introduced tank site season removal. If you want to just take it from there, that would be great.
All right, thanks, Brian. Yeah, what an awkward time here. Appreciate everybody's flexibility. And just by way of welcome, I'm John Eschenberg, president of Washington River Protection Solutions, and good afternoon, and appreciate everybody sticking around for the last session in this year's conference. So just by way of introduction, I want to introduce the company and then talk, just take a quick canter through the tank farms just to get everybody oriented here. But WRPS is a company of roughly 3,000 employees. We've got three principal missions. The first is to consolidate waste from the older generation of tanks into the newer generation of tanks. We're focused on building new infrastructure and modernizing the existing infrastructure to support the DF law part of the mission. And we are establishing a industrial scale treatment capability to begin pre-treating and conditioning the tank waste. So just tank farms by the numbers, there's 53 million gallons stored on site here, 177 tanks. All of them are underground. The tanks are organized into 18 separate tank farms. The tank farms are located in two separate locations on the Central Plateau and east and west. There's 11 tanks in the east area and the balance in west, separated by 7 miles. So in general, there's the two types of tanks. One is the single shell tanks. The other is the double shell tanks. AP farm, which you'll see on the graphic here in a little bit of a segmented way, is located in east area, and it has the inventory of the newest double shell tanks in our fleet. You know, notionally, the best way to think about AP tank farm at this point, all pathways to waste treatment will flow through AP farm. Just to highlight a bit of achievement here, and this is where Brian started. Over the last 18 months, WRPS has installed a new treatment system called the tankside cesium removal capability, which you heard others talk about yesterday. Ike highlighted it yesterday morning at the kickoff. Dae Chung talked a bit about it as well. But the TSCR capability, it will remove, using a simple filtration and ion exchange process, it will remove both waste solids and our targeted radionuclide, which in this case is cesium-137. After treatment, the waste is then stored in AP Farm in a tank called AP 106, which you'll see there highlighted in the graphic. It's stored in AP 106 for later ultimate treatment, as Val talked about earlier, by way of vitrification. You know, we're all pretty excited about the TSCR capability. I think for me, I'm really appreciative of the simplicity of the system. We relied on a commercially available technology. It's been proven both at Oak Ridge and Savannah River site, but also and more widely used in the post-accident recovery at Fukushima. So we've got a lot of industrial experience with this particular configuration and this particular ion exchange media. But the process flow sheet, what you see here highlighted, it basically includes batching the waste, which is something that we all do. We know how to do. It's how Savannah River batches their waste for high-level waste for treatment at DWPF. So we batch waste, which means it's been extensively sampled and characterized, and it's stored in AP 107. Thereafter, it's flowed into the TSCR process enclosure, which has 3 large ion exchange columns and 2 pretreatment columns to capture the waste solids. Thereafter, that treated waste, again, as I mentioned earlier, is stored in AP 106. Just by the numbers, the TSCR unit can treat 5 gallons per minute, and roughly it's about 8,000 gallons or so, or 7,200 gallons per day of waste that's treated. That then treated waste is then sent over to Val's operation for vitrification. There's one transfer a day at around 8,000 gallons. So there's a lot of waste movement here, and therein the necessity to drive this to 24/7 operations. You know, I'll just say maybe in summary here, for us, in spite of the challenges that we all faced in 2021, our WRPS made monumental progress in advancing the waste treatment mission here at Hanford. Last year was tough for the reasons we all know, and it's been talked about quite a bit in this conference. Not only are successes getting TSCR literally just a couple of weeks away from its hot operations, it's going through the final processes now for CD4. We have gone through a successful contractor readiness assessment and DOE's readiness assessment, closed all the pre-start findings. So we are on a trajectory for planned hot ops just after the start of the new year. But I'd also like to highlight some of the achievements we made in infrastructure, both building new infrastructure and then modernizing much of our existing infrastructure. And as I've had time to reflect on the year that's behind us now, we owe the success to three principal things. First, it's really on the backs of our workforce. They delivered unmatched mission progress this year. Our relationships with both the building trades and the metal trades union served us all very well. Our partnership with both commercial and small business entities helped. We actually fabricated the TSCR process unit using, at the time, a small business. And then lastly, and you've heard a lot talked about this before, but it's our collective partnership that we have here on the Hanford site. Myself and Bob and Val and Scott, the operation that we work in here, it's choreography, because it's absolutely paramount that we highly integrate all of our day-to-day activities, because we do support one another. And you know, Brian had the vision of one Hanford through his and the department's leadership. You know, it's really driven all the contractors here at Hanford to function as one. And with that, functioning as one, we've really been able to advance the mission, as I said earlier. So I, again, apologize for our technical difficulties here on this end, but I think I'll end it there. Back over to you, Brian. Thanks.
Thanks, Sean. And I'm glad I didn't have to channel because you're much more eloquent than I in the presentation. So thank you for that. So just to wrap up before we open for questions, I think if you look at the state we're in as of today, as John mentioned, we're poised to begin hot operations of the tank site season removal system literally within the next month or so, and we want to make sure we get through the holidays and evaluate some things before we start. Val talked about the start of Melter 1 heat up. Scott working through the processes at IDF with the material upgrades and permitting process is on a solid track to be ready to support operations by the end of calendar year 2022. John's also doing upgrades at the effluent treatment facility. We're putting in the fourth liquid effluent retention facility basin through next year. And then Bob talked about the infrastructure project. So really it's a system of projects of projects type of an effort that we're poised for what I think is a very impactful and important calendar year 2022, which I believe will be successful in making strong progress and setting conditions for the start of tank waste treatment in 2023. So again, I think we've worked through some of the challenges that we've all worked through with virtual presentations. Hopefully you saw a little bit of the flexibility of the Hanford team and Hanford site that we had to work our way through even in this small session. And with that, I'll open it up to questions. And that may be best to have someone at the podium in the conference providing the questions over to us if that's the most effective way. And we'll do the very best we can to answer your questions with the time remaining. I'm assuming there's still people at the conference. I can't really tell right now.
Ryan, this is Bob. There's a question up on the question and answer screen. I don't know if you can.
Oh, okay. There it is. Okay. The Hanford site, it's a question about the Hanford site governance model and how the decision-making process will work. Why was the model necessary? We took a look at how we were making decisions as a Hanford site team in, I'll call it Hanford of old, which was prior to a few years ago, and recognized that the processes that we had established within the site for decisions between the contractors and with the department were structured for a demolition construction site that was operating, as I think Scott mentioned, a day shift mode. And so it was a little bit of a feudal system rather than a federated and integrated system. So in January 2020, before the pandemic came into play, we had taken a look at all of our processes and structures for decision-making and communications and revamped them all to try to create a structure that could operate at a little bit more of the pace of the site that we were evolving into. We actually got to play that out during the pandemic, identified some areas that we could improve in. And so we continued, we made an upgrade to the governance model earlier this year as well. So we're really just trying to create the model that we can operate as a team effectively at the pace of the site when we get into the tank waste treatment operations in 24/7, 365 type of an operating mode. Bob was the architect, and Bob, do you have anything to add to that picture that I framed just now?
No, I think the only part that's probably worth adding is, part of the why is a model necessary. I think it also allows us to have some at least consistent rigor in our process, which in effect allows us to make decisions more rapidly, back to the nimbleness in the 24/7 operation. So it brings us in and out more consistently and more rapidly, which then becomes more repeatable and just ultimately streamlines things. And so that was one of the areas of doing that. And I think you probably said this, but COVID really has allowed us to use the system and culturally wise help force us to that process, which I think was great. And it's allowed us to even streamline the process even further as we move it forward. So.
Yeah, and I think we've made progress, but we're still not quite there. We still have, as the pace continues to increase, we'll continue to pressure test our processes and we'll continue to evolve them as necessary, because we have to operate at a pace faster than the site to keep up with the site once we get into operations, and we need to make sure all of our processes support that. Next question, how long will it take to treat all of Hanford's low activity waste? It'll take a while, several decades to get through it all. That doesn't mean, and that's assuming that we only vitrify, which is only part of the solution ultimately that we'll have to apply. We're continuing to look at other initiatives that provide promise to safely accelerate the mission. You've heard some probably about the testbed initiative, which we're starting the waste incidental reprocessing process on right now. It will demonstrate the ability to take supernate from one of our double shell tanks in the West Farms, 2,000 gallons, remove it from the tank, treat it in that process, and then disposition it through a grout process and send it off site to a commercial disposal facility. That's an opportunity that we see on the horizon that would allow us to complement the vitrification operations of the waste treatment plant for low activity waste with another viable, technically feasible and safe approach to treating low activity waste where we can run more parallel and accelerate the mission over time. So we're always going to continue to look for those opportunities, continue to work with our regulators and certainly the stakeholders and tribal nations to set the conditions for those opportunities to be embraced and realized into operations where we can overall accelerate the mission and reduce the liability that the site represents to the federal taxpayers. Question of how does this treatment process for DFLAW relate to treating high-level waste? The high-level waste process will also will require vitrification. The high-level waste facility itself was put on hold in about the 2012 timeframe to allow us to work through some technical issues, and we're now engaged with discussions with the state of Washington to align on a way ahead for the high-level waste fraction of our tank waste. And so we'll, as that process continues, we'll continue to provide updates where we can. Right now we're in moderated or mediated negotiations, but the high-level waste vitrification facility, which sits just adjacent to the low-activity waste facility, looks a lot like it did in 2012, but it will be our path forward for the treatment of the high-level waste fraction of the waste in the next decade or so. Val, did you have anything else to add on the HLW side of the equation for this at this point?
Nothing else to add, thanks.
Okay, thanks.
I was just going to remind everybody, if you have questions, to please come up to the microphone and ask your question.
And we're happy to adhere to the Hanford standard, which means ahead of schedule. So if we get through the process and answer your questions, we're more than happy to give time back. So we'll stick around. If there's no questions with the next minute or so, we'll give everybody time back and we'll get back to work.
Great, thank you all. We really appreciate it. Okay, thank you. It really is amazing, and a lot of times we don't get to see everything put together. So I really appreciate their presentation that put all the pieces together, because that's one of the most complicated projects going on out there. So I just want to thank everybody for coming to the cleanup workshop. It really was great to see everybody in person. It's been way too long. I was just talking to Gary. I can't wait to see many of you in March in person as well. And I want to thank the FCOG board, the ECA board, and the Department of Energy for really being partners in this and putting this on. And so I just want to thank you all, and we appreciate your participation. Thank you.